the Decline 0F. Organized labor in the United States. Organized labor in the United States. Michael Goldfield, The University of Chicago Press. Contents: List of tables v. List of figures X. Acknowledgements She. Introduction She. Part 1. Organized labor in the United States, its general weakness and recent decline 1. Introducing the decline 3.2. National political influence 26.3. The collective bargaining system 39. Part 2. The significance and meaning of union decline 4. The significance of the trade union decline 57.5. The components of union decline and the importance of new organizing 78.6. Possible explanations for the decline 94. Part 3. Reasons behind the trade union decline 7. The interrogation of the first suspect. Changes in the economic structure and social composition of the workforce 115.8. A preliminary investigation into cyclical trends in new union organizing 153.9. The continuing search for the real culprits. The relation of class forces 180. Part 4. Conclusion 10. Summary 221.11. Some speculations 231. Appendixes. A. The data 249. B. The cross-sectional models 252. V. Contents. C. Pooling of cross-section and time series. Data models. D. The yearly aggregate data. Bibliography. Index 255,259,261,287. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. National Union membership, selected years, 1930 to 1978. National Union and Employee Association membership, 1968 to 1982. Comparison of union membership in 13 countries, 1955 to 1985. Labor management coverage, metropolitan areas, 1960 to 1984. Labor management coverage, manufacturing plants, 1960 to 1984. Union and Employee Association density by state, 1970 to 1978. AF. LCIO paid membership, 1955 to 1985. Union membership based on CPS surveys, 1977 to 1984. Public approval of labor unions, 1936 to 1985. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Decertification election results, 1968 to 1984. NLRB election results, 1935 to 1984. Union density by states, 1980. Union organization by industrial sector, 1980. Employed union and association members by occupation, 1980. Distribution of employed workers by occupation, 1960 to 1981. Occupational distribution of non-whites, 1959 to 1981. Female membership of unions and associations, 1954 to 1978. Female union members, 1973 to 1980. Percentage of women in labor force, 1947 to 1979. Number of large manufacturing establishments by year. Union density by state, 1970 to 1978. Union victories by state in the Southwest, 1972. 1984, 10, 11, 16, 18, 18, 19, 20, 21, 35, 52, 90, 1, 18, 122, 126, 128, 129, 130, 130, 131, 132, 140, 142V. 823, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Us. At. Table. Union victories by state in the South, 1972 to 1984. Average election unit size by state, 1972 to 1984. Union victories in NLRB elections in selected industries, 1972 to 1984. Union victories by occupational classification, 1972 to 1984. Union victories for industrial units by year, 1972 to 1984. Average election unit size by occupational classification, 1972 to 1984. Success rate by size of bargaining unit, 1972 to 1984. Econometric models of NLRB certification elections, 1935 to 1980. Econometric models of NLRB elections, 1948 to 1980. Employer opposition to unions, 1950 to 1980. Percentage of union victories per month's delay. Election type by year, 1972 to 1984. Union victories by election type by year, 1972 to 1984. Victory rates in multi-union elections, 1972 to 1984. Union victories by year for IBT, 1972 to 1984. NLRB victories of major craft unions, 1972 to 1984. NLRB victories of white-collar unions, 1972 to 1984. NLRB victories of major industrial unions, 1972 to 1984. Victories of service, governmental, and clerical unions, 1972 to 1984. Comparison of victories of left and non-left unions, 1972 to 1984. B.1. Cross-section regression models. B.2. Cross-section regression models continued. C.1. Pooled cross-section and time series models 143,143,146,148. List of figures 00, 10, 310, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Membership of U.S. national unions, 1930 to 1985. Union membership as a percentage of total labor force. Union membership as a percentage of employees in non-agricultural establishments by year. Percentage of union victories in NLRB elections by year. Percentage of union votes in NLRB elections by year. Number of work stoppages in the USA by year. Decomposition of union growth. Percentage of non-agricultural workers by region by year. Percentage of non-agricultural workers by region continued. Percentage of manufacturing workers by region by year. Percentage of manufacturing workers by region continued. Percentage of workers by industrial sector by year. Percentage of non-production workers in manufacturing. Percentage of union votes in NLRB elections by year. Percentage of union victories in NLRB elections by year. Acknowledgements. Few intellectual projects take place in a vacuum, and this one is no exception. This volume originally grew out of a doctoral dissertation and thus has accumulated several waves of debts. I would like first of all to thank the members of my dissertation committee at the University of Chicago for their patience and assistance. Lutzer Bring, Russell Hardin, Ira Katznelson, Adam Przworski, and Philippe Schmitter. Valuable assistance was given to me by Mel Redder, Arnold Zellner, and others at the University of Chicago Business School's Workshop on Economics and Econometrics, by Richard Freeman, James Medoff, and Paula Vuz. Critical advice and support was provided by a number of friends including Joanne Castle, Ed Cliffel, Ross Lambert, David Moberg, Marcia Rothenberg, and Mel Rothenberg. Mike Hamlin and Jim Jacobs provided early encouragement and much advice along the way. In the transformation of the original manuscript, parts were read by Benjamin Ginsberg, Michael Hannon, Dale Hathaway, Stephen Jackson, Theodore Lowy, George Ross, Martin Schefter, and Sidney Tarot. I was fortunate enough to have comments on the full manuscript at various stages of its incarnation from Ronald Ehrenberg, Richard Freeman, Jonas Pontusson, Beth She. Acknowledgements, Reuben and John Sprague. And in an act of pure altruism, Peter Katzenstein gave me the benefit of a full set of comments on two separate versions. A1 Bauman of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and Bessie Jackson of the National Labor Relations Board provided help in the acquisition of data. Pieces or earlier versions of some of the material have appeared in articles in Politics and Society, Research in Political Economy, and the Journal of Politics. I appreciate the permission to draw from that material here. Jonathan Plotkin provided research assistance in the latter stages of this project and help with the tables and figures. Finally, I wish to thank my parents, Roslyn and Joseph Goldfield, who have borne with me from the beginning, my children who have been my unwitting fellow travelers, and my wife, Evelyn, whose encouragement and support have been invaluable. Introduction. In early 1946, trade unions appeared to be well established in the United States and growing stronger. During World War II, union membership had increased from 9 million to over 14 million members. With wartime controls on unions removed, contract victories and extensive new organizing, particularly in the South, seemed inevitable. In 1945 alone, unions won 82.9% of the almost 5,000 National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, bargaining elections, involving well over 1 million workers. Conservatives complained, not without some basis in fact, that the National Labor Relations Board, as well as other New Deal agencies, were riddled with communists and other radicals. To most observers, the government did not appear to be unsympathetic to union demands. In late 1945, United Auto Workers' first vice president Richard F. Rankenstein came close to being elected the mayor of Detroit, despite vicious opposition from newspapers, auto companies, and other business interests. On the economic front, unions were pressing forward. Art Price, 1964, page 262, describes the autumn of 1945 as the greatest wage offensive in U.S. labor history. In the 12 months following V-Day, more than 5 million workers engaged in strikes. For the number of strikers, their weight in industry. XIV. Introduction and the duration of the struggle, the 1945-46 strike wave in the U.S. surpassed anything of its kind in any capitalist country, including the British General Strike in 1926. Price, p. 276. Union strength seemed so great, strike militancy so high, that many capitalists considered themselves lucky to gain some measure of class peace by granting substantial wage increases and new fringe benefits. This period, before the passage of the Anti-Labor Taft-Hartley Act in 1947, the purges in the Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, and the complete failure in organizing the South under Operation Dixie, stands in stark contrast to the situation at present. Today the tide is clearly flowing the other way. Among the most significant indicators is the drop in the percentage of U.S. workers in unions. This percentage, the union density, has fallen continuously since 1954, when over 34% of the labor force were union members. Now the figure is well below 20%. Although trade unions in other economically developed countries have had their expansions and contractions, U.S. trade unions are the only ones to have suffered a continuous decline in union density over the last 3 decades. U.S. unions today are largely estranged from their natural allies among oppressed minorities, in the women's movement, and among more radical, left-wing elements in the population. Despite the growing weakness of the unions, public opinion polls indicate that the majority of U.S. citizens have little sympathy for labor unions' plight. Unions still are regarded as too powerful and untrustworthy. In contrast to 1946, unions today are on the defensive and reeling from repeated defeats. Concessions to companies in recent contract bargaining, loss of any national political influence, employer-led union busting, failures in new organizing, and the disintegration of decades-long stable bargaining relations in many major industries, including construction, trucking, air, and coal mining, raise sharply the question of the continued existence of unions, at least in their present form, in the United States. This situation demands explanation. Its beginning, its causes, its significance, as well as the prospects for its continuance or reversal, need to be identified and analyzed. In early 1985, I was talking to the Midwest director of a large government employees union. Why, I asked him, are unions in such trouble today? What are the reasons behind the dramatic losses in union membership? Introduction XV, particularly in the private sector? He leaned a little closer, looked me straight in the eye, and said, Mike, that is the $64,000 question. And it is, of course, toward an answer to this question that the bulk of this book is directed. The significance of what is happening to unions here is widely recognized. For many, a strong labor movement is the cornerstone of a liberal or social democratic society. For others, unions serve merely to obstruct the unhindered functioning of an efficient capitalist market, depriving all of important freedoms. Union decline has also given new life to arguments for the waning significance of class in this country and in capitalist societies in general. Those of us who still cling to more traditional Marxist forms of class analysis, however, must examine carefully and provide plausible explanations for the trade union decline. If workers are indeed unwilling or incapable of forming elementary collective organizations for their own self-defense, then the prospects for independent working-class political organizations and the development of a distinct socialist class consciousness, not to mention the establishment of a socialist society, are dim at best. A workers' movement that cannot defend or reclaim its initial conquests will invariably fail in its new ones. Thus I view the attempt to understand the decline of labor unions in the United States as the beginning of an attempt to understand the conditions necessary for their future rebirth. Most of this essay will examine the question of trade union weakness and decline from a less lofty perspective. Yet I mention certain of these broader questions because, in the end, it is upon these that I also hope to shed some light. This book, the first of 2 projected volumes, examines the weakened state of U.S. labor unions. It places the recent decline in the context of a longer-range deterioration going back over 3 decades and explores the reasons for that deterioration. I probe the significance of this decline for U.S. society in general and for the development of a broad revolutionary working-class movement. Finally, I evaluate the prospects for the rebirth, renewal, and resurgence of U.S. labor unions. The second volume will examine the historical political reasons behind the decline described and analyzed in the present volume. Introduction XV, particularly in the private sector? He leaned a little closer, looked me straight in the eye, and said, Mike, that is the $64,000 question. And it is, of course, toward an answer to this question that the bulk of this book is directed. The significance of what is happening to unions here is widely recognized. For many, a strong labor movement is the cornerstone of a liberal or social democratic society. For others, unions serve merely to obstruct the unhindered functioning of an efficient capitalist market, depriving all of important freedoms. Union decline has also given new life to arguments for the waning significance of class in this country and in capitalist societies in general. Those of us who still cling to more traditional Marxist forms of class analysis, however, must examine carefully and provide plausible explanations for the trade union decline. If workers are indeed unwilling or incapable of forming elementary collective organizations for their own self-defense, then the prospects for independent working-class political organizations and the development of a distinct socialist class consciousness, not to mention the establishment of a socialist society, are dim at best. A workers' movement that cannot defend or reclaim its initial conquests will invariably fail in its new ones. Thus I view the attempt to understand the decline of labor unions in the United States as the beginning of an attempt to understand the conditions necessary for their future rebirth. Most of this essay will examine the question of trade union weakness and decline from a less lofty perspective. Yet I mention certain of these broader questions because, in the end, it is upon these that I also hope to shed some light. This book, the first of 2 projected volumes, examines the weakened state of U.S. labor unions. It places the recent decline in the context of a longer-range deterioration going back over 3 decades and explores the reasons for that deterioration. I probe the significance of this decline for U.S. society in general and for the development of a broad revolutionary working-class movement. Finally, I evaluate the prospects for the rebirth, renewal, and resurgence of U.S. labor unions. The second volume will examine the historical political reasons behind the decline described and analyzed in the present volume. 1. Introducing the decline. In order to discover the reasons for U.S. trade union weakness and decline, one must first identify the phenomenon, describing its somewhat uneven contours. Point 1. In both the scholarly and popular literature, there is, however, a wide diversity of views. One approach, for example, argues that unions are weak and losing strength rapidly, that there has been a recent, precipitous fall in the fortunes of unions. Several years ago, this accelerating decline was located in the 19,705. Today it is more fashionable to trace the roots to the Reagan administration. Still another approach views unions as strong and stable, seeing present trade union decline as little more than a cyclical drop in the long-range pattern of expected union growth. It is instructive to focus briefly on these 2 divergent views. U.S. unions are strong. Even today, there is not universal agreement that U.S. unions are weak and declining. The argument of former Secretary of Labor John Dunlop, 1980, is representative of those who argue that 1. It is this unevenness that makes statements based merely on impressionistic evidence often so misleading. 4. Omanized labor in the United States. Its general weakness and recent decline. U.S. labor unions are quite strong. Point 2. Dunlop notes that the membership of labor unions has grown substantially since 1948. Unions and employee organizations had increased their membership by 9 million members, from 15 million in 1948 to 24 million in 1980. Dunlop stresses that the present period stands in sharp contrast to that of the 19,203, when there was a marked absolute decline in membership, from 4.8 million in 1920 to 2.8 million in 1933. He argues against those who use the drop in union density, the percentage of the labor force in trade unions, as an indication of a weakening in union strength. The share of the non-agricultural workforce in labor organizations is scarcely an all-purpose measure of union strength or influence, at the workplace, in a community, or in the larger society, on compensation, on the role of the strike, on legislative matters, on voting patterns, on the role of retired members who are not counted, or on public opinion or the community. It is hard to believe that labor organization in the society today, in the year of the National Accord, is 1/4 less in some gross sense than it was in 1948, 1 year after the Taft-Hartley Act was enacted. Dunlop, 1980, p. 399. Emphasis mine. 3. In opposition to the view of fellow Harvard economist Richard Freeman, 1980, who argues that unions have declined in strength. Dunlop presents an impressive list of union achievements in order to indicate their power. He cites the important union influence on wages, benefits, personnel rules, and man too. While it is a common argument from business economists that organized labor has not declined significantly in strength and is, in fact, quite strong, it could still be found in the late 19,705 among certain optimistic AFL-CIO American Federation of Labor Congress of Industrial Organizations, officials. See, for example, Kistler, 1977. For an early pessimistic view that is not pro-labor, see the article, American Union Busting, in The Economist of 17. November 1979. 3. Dunlop continued to hold to similar views in late 1982, as is clear from an interview printed in Fortune. John Dunlop. Well, on your basic question about the union's declining share, I think you're taking a very short-run view. Henri Say, the French historian, used to emphasize that a social movement operates like the wave of the sea eating away at the base of a cliff. For years nothing seems to happen. Then, one day, the side of the cliff falls in. That's the way our labor movement has grown. I remember the day people said you couldn't organize government workers. Then, bingo, in the 60s and early 70s the unions got half the state and local employees and 2/3 of the federal employees. Just like that, the labor movement has always grown in surges. Fortune. But there hasn't been a surge in 30 years. John Dunlop. That's not very significant. The white-collar people, more and more of them are in unions. The number of women is rising. The southern communities are changing. Dunlop 1982. Agement practices in large non-union establishments, claiming they are the result of collective bargaining and potential union organization. He mentions the triumph of union legislative goals, including equal opportunity legislation, pension plan regulation. OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, the expanded scope of the obligation to bargain under the National Labor Relations Act, and statutes against age discrimination. He notes recent legislation on the handicapped. He points to improvements in Social Security and disability, and in minimum wages and hours. The list goes on. Dunlop is even audacious enough to speculate that there is a possibility that large companies may moderate their traditional hostility to unions. He finds evidence for this in the 1979 neutrality letter, signed by General Motors with the UAW, which restricts the company from fighting union drives in its new plants, even with methods that are permitted by law. The attempt to minimize the extent of current union setbacks is also reflected in the view of Dunlop and others, e.g., Flanagan 1984, that wage concessions made by unions in the 19,805 are not signs of union weakness, but predictable recession-dictated patterns. Point 4. U.S. Union strength is dwindling. The view that the strength of organized labor is seriously eroding has been put forward in the past, for example, by Bell, 1953, 1954, and by Barkin, 1961. More recently, however, an argument, frequently heard from AF-CIO officials, has emerged that the policies and attitudes of the Reagan administration are responsible for a precipitous fall in labor's fortunes. As one Federation publication argues, it is not just a coincidence. The Reagan administration has fostered carefully the notion that collective bargaining and trade unions are a worthless relic of previous years that interfere with his economic game plan. This has not gone unnoticed by union busters and employers. AFL-CIO, Rub, June 1983, number 38. Thus, the re-election of Reagan in 1984 was a green light for further anti-unionism. According to AFL-CIO Information Direct 4, the argument that U.S. unions are quite strong is also put forward forcefully by several left-wing writers who present their case in comparative perspective. Tronti 1972. Arrighi and Silver 1984. Tor Murray Seeger, The Union Busters Are in Hog Heaven Now. Raskin 1985, page 52. This view too is, of course, not without its supporting evidence. Since the inauguration of Republican Ronald Reagan as the United States President in 1981, unions and their members have indeed taken a beating. For the first time since the early 19,305, the absolute number of union members has declined significantly. Unions have not only been beaten back in new organizing, but they have been driven out of previous strongholds in mining, trucking, and construction. Hard-nosed employer tactics and enormous union concessions have given unionized workers record low wage increases, leading to sharp actual declines in real wages. It is hard to argue with AF-CIO officials that they no longer have a friend in the White House. During its first year in office in 1981, the Reagan administration not only defeated a strike by PATCO, Professional Air Traffic Controllers Organization, but quickly proceeded to destroy the union. The appointment of anti-union members to the National Labor Relations Board sharply changed the complexion of that agency legally mandated to protect union organizing rights. The aftermath of the 1984 presidential election further serves to underscore the administration's orientation. Much publicity was given to the attempt to obtain non-union performers to provide free entertainment at Reagan's inauguration. Point 5. Also indicative were the publicly announced investigations of the presidents of the American Federation of Government Employees, the letter carriers, and the postal workers for supposed violations of the 1939 Hatch Act during the campaign. These presidents and their unions actively campaigned for challenger Walter Mondale against Ronald Reagan. The Hatch Act, of course, supposedly protects public employees from being forced to support the re-election of the administration that is their current employer. Despite its prima facie plausibility, it is not obvious that the reasons for trade union decline in this country may all be found at Reagan's doorstep. There are those, for example, who trace the 4 January 1985 issue of Backstage, a show business trade publication, contains an advertisement for clean-cut and all-American types, who are non-union. For an extended comment, see led with in the February 1985 issue of Allegro, the publication of the Associated Musicians of New York, Local 801 of the American Federation of Musicians. Problems that unions have faced under Reagan to factors that were quite strong during the 19,708. Political scientists Ferguson and Rogers, 1979a, 1979b, 1981, argue that organized labor began losing strength especially rapidly during the 19,703. They describe union losses then as a spectacular decline, 1981. They are less impressed than Dunlop by union political strength, talking instead about the decay of organized labor as a force in American Politics, 1979a, p. 20. They note the declines in union density, union legislative defeats, the intense management resistance to unions, and the fall in victory rates in NLRB union certification elections. Ferguson and Rogers, writing about the defeat of the Labor Law Reform Act in June of 1978, refer to the decline of U.S. unions as follows. Any number of statistics testify to the gravity of the situation. The percentage of the workforce organized into trade unions has dropped steadily since the mid-1950s, standing now at a post-war low of 20.1%. Organizing drives mounted by unions are increasingly ineffective. While as late as the mid-1950s unions won 60% of representation elections, by last year their percentage of victories plunged to 46%, 1979a, p. 11. Emphasis mine. If Ferguson and Rogers' description bears any relation to reality, then those who lay the cause of union woes at Reagan's doorstep must not be describing the whole story. The extent to which each of these views has merit must be determined. Each of the various claims presupposes a general and precise analysis of organized labor's decline. Yet few of these commentators have clearly delineated the extent of this decline statistically, nor have they attempted to date the periods of decline with any degree of precision. 6 key aspects of reality are missed by those who argue that union strength is still high as well as by those who attribute present union problems largely to the Reagan administration. Both assessments are also based on incorrect methodologies. There are actually two separate questions that are often mixed together. First is the question of whether U.S. trade unions are strong or weak. A discussion of 6. Their analyses lack even the degree of accuracy argued by Dunlop, 1948. And I. Bernstein, 1954a, who, of course, had much cruder instruments. This is particularly true with respect to NLRB union certification elections. Typical is the statement by the economist Joseph Krislov, 1979. In comparing the period 1954-55 with the period 1976-77, he merely says, in recent years, unions have been less successful in certification elections. This issue can only be fully informative in the context of a comparison with unions in other countries. Hardly anyone who emphasizes current union strength does so in a comparative context. Second is the question of trade union decline, a slightly different issue than the relative strength of U.S. unions. Those who place the onus for trade union decline exclusively on recent factors, particularly those who argue for an accelerating decline, do so in an ahistorical framework. The nature of trade union decline, however, can only be ascertained in a many decades-long historical context. In Part 1, I delineate the degree of weakness of U.S. unions via international comparisons and trace the historical extent of their decline. This chapter will attempt to sketch certain quantitative indicators of trade union strength, most notably union membership figures and new organizing through the National Labor Relations Board. Chapter 2 covers union political influence, including its status in public opinion polls. Chapter 3 discusses U.S. labor management relations, focusing on strike militancy, contract strength, concessions, the decline of real wages, the disintegration of previously stable bargaining relationships, union leadership, and union busting. Chapter 3 concludes with an assessment of the special responsibilities of the Reagan administration. Within each section, the questions of weakness and decline are in general noted separately. Membership. Dunlop is, of course, right that the period of the 19,708 has been very different from that of the 19,208. Then, as a result of the post-World War I-Open Shop crusade, trade union membership declined from over 5 million members in 1920 to 3.5 million in 1923, dropping to less than 3 million in 1933.7. Unlike the early 19,205, the absolute number of members in national trade unions in the United States in 1980 had not declined in any several years. 7. For union membership figures for these years, see Troy, 1965, page 1, and Wallman, 1936, pp. 138, 139. The Wallman and Troy data series were maintained periodically by the National Bureau of Economic Research, NBER, Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS. Figures for the period prior to 1930 are available in the Handbook of Labor Statistics, 1950, but their accuracy is highly debatable. For an early discussion of the relative merits of the NBER and BLS figures, see Wallman, 1936. For a more recent discussion of the strengths and weaknesses of each statistical approach, see Bain and Price, 1980. Since these and other series all have important differences, union membership data for this country should in general only be considered as indicative. Period since the early 1930s. 8. Even the drop in union membership in the first half of the 1908-05, much of it due to the serious recession and the sharp declines in employment in the heavily unionized steel, auto, and rubber industries, is on a scale far smaller than that of the 1920s. In order to resolve certain of the interpretive questions about U.S. union membership, it is useful to look at actual union membership figures. 9. Partly because of problems of data consistency, it is helpful to look at the pre-1980 period before looking at the post-1980 years. See Tables 1 and 2 and Figures 1, 2, and 3. The period up until 1980 may be evaluated using the long-standing Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, series. The pre-1980 period is characterized by the steady decrease in the percentage of the workforce organized into trade unions since the mid-1905. As indicated in Table 1, union density for the country as a whole has decreased from 34.7% of the non-agricultural workforce in 1954 to 23.6% in 1978.10. Figures 2 and 3 clearly indicate that there does not appear to be an accelerating decline. They also raise the question of whether there has been 8 new figures by Troy and Shefflin, 1985, attempt to place a peak in 1975, although even these figures indicate little substantial falls in absolute membership until 1980. Their figures, however, are disputed in another new dataset developed by Kocklenberg and Sokol, 1985. 9. There are a variety of problems with various union membership statistical series for this country. I will be mentioning the most significant ones in the text and notes of this section. For example, until 1968, BLS figures for unions did not include data for employee associations. During the 19,603, however, a number of employee associations, most notably the National Education Association and the American Nurses Association, began to act like unions, especially in their role as negotiators of contracts. Many researchers in Department of Labor publications began to consider it appropriate to include employee organization membership figures in that of union membership series. Some commentators prefer to refer to the unions and these employee associations as bargaining associations. What is important to recognize, however, is that the combined series, which was the one kept current by the BLS until 1980, only begins in 1968 and is not strictly compatible with the older series, which ended in 1978. 10. Calculations of union density, especially, should only be viewed as suggestive. First, union density is a category difficult to calculate accurately. For a while, even the BLS stopped computing it. The BLS estimates that over 5% of union members may now be retirees, a substantial rise in the last decade. Since retirees are not counted in the labor force, the ratio of union density no longer makes strict sense. Second, the union membership figures themselves, in my opinion, became increasingly suspect during the 19,705. The large percentage rises during this period in per capita taxes, payable to the AFL-CIO have probably vastly increased underreporting and eliminated most of the previous overreporting by certain unions. Many unions, for this reason, probably began dropping laid-off members from their counts much sooner. These changes are very difficult to estimate. Number of in labor, members, force, non-agricultural, percentage, workers, in Percentage. Year, in thousands. Union thousands. Union 1933, 41 50,086.8%, 29,424 1.6%, 1931 3,310 50,686.5 26,649 12.4 1932 3,050 51,256.0 23,628 12.9 1933 2,689 51,845.2 23,711 11.3 1934 3,088 52,495.9 25,953 1.9 1935 3,584 53,146.7 27,053 13.2 1936 3,989 53,747.4 29,082 13.7 1937 7,001 12.9 026 22.6 1938 8 034 54 950 14.6 29 209 27.5 1939 8 76355 600 15.830 618 28.6 1948 71756 180 15.532 376 26.9 1941 10 20157 530 17.736 554 27.9 1942 10 38060 380 17.240 125 25.9 1943 13 21364 560 20.542 452 31.1 1944 14 14666 040 21.441 883 33.8 1945 14 32265 300 21.940 394 35.5 1946 14 39560 970 23.641 674 34.5 1947 14 78761 758 23.943 881 33.7 1948 14 31962 080 23.144 891 31.9 1950 14 26763 858 22.345 222 31.5 1952 15 89265 730 24.248 825 32.5 1954 17 022 66 993 25.449 022 34 71956 17 49069 409 25.252 408 33.4 1958 17 029 70 275 24.251 363 33.2 1960 17 049 72 142 23.654 2343 1.4 1962 16 58673 44222 655 59629 81964 16 84175 83022 258 33128 91966 17 94078 89322 763 95528 11968 18 91682 27223 067 95127 81970 19 38185 90322 670 92027 31972 19 43588 99121 873 71426 41973 19 85191 04021 876 89625 8197420 19993 24021 878 41325 81975 19 61194 79320 776 94525 51976 19 63496 91720 379 38224 71977 19 69599 53419 879 38224 81978 20 246102 53719 785 76323 6. Source: BLS Series, U.S. Department, Labor, BLS 1980B, Table 165, page 412. Note: Series ends in 1978. Table 2. National, Union and Employee Association. Membership as a proportion of labor force and non-agricultural employment, 1968 to 1982. Number of in labor, number, members, force, non-agricultural, percentage, workers, in, percentage, year, in thousands, union thousands. Union 1968 20,721 82,272 25.2% 67,897 30.5% 1969 20,776 84,240 24.7 70,384 29.5 1970 21,248 85,903 24.7 70,880 30.0 1971 21,327 86,929 24.5 71,214 29.9 1972 21,657 88,991 24.3 73,675 29.4 1973 22,276 91,040 24.5 76,790 29.0 1974 22,809 93,240 24.5 78,265 29.1 1975 22,361 94, 793 23.677, 364 28.9 1976 22, 662 96, 917 23.480, 048 22.3 1977 22, 45699, 534 22.682, 423 27.2 1978 22, 757 537 22.286, 697 26.2 1979 22, 579 104, 996 21.589, 886 25.1 1982 2, 366 106, 821 20.990, 657 24.7 1982 19, 763 110, 204 17.996, 125 20.6. Source: 1968 to 79 data are from U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1980A, Table 6, page 59. 1980 data from Labor Management Relations Division, BLS. 1982 Union membership data from BNA 1984. 1982 employment figures from U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1985A. Note: BLS Union membership series ends in 1980. Any weakness or a decline at all during the period up to 1980. Dunlop contends that unions make major organizing breakthroughs or spurts at infrequent times. In the normal state of affairs, as in the present period, the labor movement has had a hard time standing still. Dunlop 1980, p. 398. Yet, Dunlop's argument with respect to overall membership figures is belied by international comparisons. U.S. trade unions are the only ones in the economically developed capitalist countries to have suffered a continuous decline during this period. 11. Further, the 11. When I speak of the economically developed countries, I refer to those in Western Europe and to Japan, the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. For shorthand purposes, occasionally, I say developed capitalist, or merely developed countries, implying no judgment on the political or social system. The term advanced industrial societies I find ambiguous and misleading. It begs the question concerning the ways in which this highly diffuse category of countries are advanced besides economically and technically. It also tends to blur the important distinctions between capitalist and non-capitalist countries. Union members in thousands. L. A. LG1 LGL. L4 JAL. 4 LI underscore LJAI tilde. All unions, CPS, degree. All unions, BLS. A. AF. LCIO 1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980, 1985. Year. Source: U.S. Department of Labor, BLSL 979E, 1980A, 1980B, 1981E, 1985A. BNA 1984, AFL-CIO 1985. Figure 1. Membership of U.S. national unions by year 12. Percentage of members in labor force P. A. F. O. ILL 5.0. All unions, CPS. All unions, BLS. 1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980, 1985. Year, source, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1979E, 1980A, 1980B, 198 La, 1985 A. Figure 2. Union membership as a percentage of total labor force. Percentage of members in labor force. All unions. Unions and associations 30 feet hash. KKKW 272421188159 1930 1935 1940 1945 1950 1955 1960 1965 1970 1975 1980 1985. Year, source, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1980A, 1980B. 1985 A. Figure 3. Union membership as a percentage of employees in non-14 agricultural establishments by year. United States has one of the lowest union densities of any of these countries. 0.12. This may be seen from the comparative figures of union membership presented in Table 3 below. 0.13. Even the relatively stable size, or slight growth, of U.S. union membership from the early 19,605 until 1980 is deceptive. In part because the United States is a large country, its contours of unionization are highly uneven. It is essential to dissect and disaggregate membership figures. The aggregate figures actually hide an absolute decline in union members in the private sector during the 19,605 and 19,705. What these statistics conceal are the large-scale gains in membership made by unions in the governmental sector during this period. Union membership in the public sector increased from a bare 13% in 1956 to over 50% in 1980. Freeman 1984. 0.14. For example, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AF. SCME, went from 220,000 members in 1962 to 444,000 in 1970 to over a million in 1978. The American Federation of Government Employees, AF. GE, went from 106,12. It might, of course, be argued that France, for example, has a lower percentage of union members in its workforce than is true in this country. Such an assertion, however, would not be based on a consistent definition of what it means to be a union member. In France, a union member is an activist. 50 such members might conceivably constitute themselves as an organizing committee in a plant of many thousands and receive a majority vote as the plant bargaining representatives. In the United States, on the other hand, a 50-member committee that won majority support in a large plant would automatically gain thousands of members. Taking these differences into account between the United States and France, one would not want to say that the United States had a larger percentage of union members. Information about French trade union behavior may be gleaned from Reynaud, 1967, 1975, Hoyles, 1969, Dubois, Durand, and Herbes Seguin, 1978, Gailey, 1980, Ross, 1982, Lang, Ross, and Vanicelli, 1982, Ross and Martin, 1980, Kesselman, 1982, and Jensen and Ross, 1984. 13. The best set of comparative figures, but not quite as recent as those presented in Table 3, are those compiled by Bain and Price, 1980. The uniqueness of U.S. unions' continuous decline in union density from the 19,505 is apparent from looking at either set of figures. Britain, for example, showed a stagnation in membership from 1950 to the late 19,605 similar to that of the United States, then began a steady increase to almost 50% by 1974. Japan has had ups and downs in the 19,505 and 19,605, suffering a not insubstantial decline in union density since the middle 19605. 14. Estimates for federal government union membership often vary widely. Paid-up dues-paying members sometimes are said to constitute only 40% of federal employees, see, e.g., Troy and Shefflin 1985. Federal employees who are represented by unions, however, are clearly a majority. Some public sector union officials claim that the elimination of ineligible managerial, supervisory, and technical employees from the calculus would raise this latter figure to 75%. Similar caveats could be made for many of the figures for state and local government employee union membership. United States, Australia, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, France 1955 34% to 64%. Na 32%, 70%, 23%, 1960, 322, 61, 62, 31, 70, 24, 1965, 292, 59, 62, 28, 68, 23, 1970, 31, 52, 66, 32, 66, 22, 1975, 29, 58, 75, 35, 74, 23, 1976, 2957. Na 3676. Na 1977. Na 19782757. Na 3781. Na 19792558. Na 85. Na 1982 55875. 80 36 89 28 1981. Na 5775. 80 36 93 28 1982. Na 58. Na 3896. Na 1983 2058. Na 3899. Na 1984 1957. Na 3898. Na 1985 18. Na 37. Na Nether Switzer Germany, Italy 1. Japan lands, Sweden land, UK 1955 46%. Na 38%, 43%, 70%, 34%, 46%, 1964 155. 60, 34, 43, 68, 35, 45, 1965, 38, 55. 60, 36, 4, 1, 7, 1, 32, 45, 1970, 37, 50. 55, 35, 39, 79, 3, 1, 52, 1975, 4, 1, 50, 55, 35, 43, 84, 36, 54, 1976, 41. Na 34, 43, 87, 38, 56, 1977. Na 33, 44, 89, 37, 58, 1978, 42. Na 33, 43, 92, 36, 59, 1979, 42. Na 32, 43, 89, 36, 58, 1980, 42, 55. 60, 31, 42, 90, 35, 57, 1981, 42, 55. 60, 3, 1, 40, 9, 1, 35, 56, 1982, 43. Na 3, 1, 40, 93, 35, 55, 1983, 43. Na 30, 39, 94, 35, 55, 1984, 43. Na 29, 37, 95, 35, 53, 1985, 42. Na LFOR. Belgium, France, and Italy, union membership is a percentage of all wage and salary employees. 2 excludes members of employee associations. Source: unpublished data from U.S. Department of Labor, BLS, Division of Foreign Labor Statistics. 1,000 members in 1962 to 325,000 in 1970. Postal workers became almost 90% organized during the past 2 decades. Teachers have also unionized heavily. The American Federation of Teachers, AFT, went from 71,000 members in 1962 to 205,000 in 1970 to 500,000 in 1978. The National Education Association grew from 1 million in 1970 to 1.7 million in 1978. The Classified School Employees Association went from 97,000 in 1972 to 150,000 in 1978, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1980A, pp. 91 to 92.15. This enormous growth in public sector unionism had largely tapered off by the late 1997-08. Subtracting the several million union members gained in the public sector from the totals, one may see that a substantial absolute decline occurred in union membership in the private sector during the 2 decades from 1960 to 1980.16. In addition, there is strong evidence that those areas previously regarded as traditional union strongholds are not exempt from drops in union density. A look at Table 4 shows a decline in labor management agreement coverage in metropolitan areas from 1960 to 1981, from 73% to 56% for the country as a whole. In manufacturing during this period, the decline has been from 79% to 65%, see Table 5. Whereas the Midwest, i.e., the North Central region, offers a picture of somewhat more stability. The Northeast shows a significant organizational decline, 77% to 62% for industry as a whole, 81% to 65% in manufacturing. 0.17. Table 6 indicates that the industrial states that have been the most unionized have fallen in union density. Among these states are West Virginia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, Minnesota, New Jersey, and California. Only New York State, which has led the nation in hospital, public employee, and 15. It should be mentioned that a minority of school employees are not public employees. A small amount of the increases for the AFSCME and the AFT are due to mergers with other unions. These mergers, however, in no way diminish the large-scale patterns of growth in actual new members in these two unions. For additional information on public employee union membership, see Lewin, Foy, and Cocken 1977, Burton 1979, Cocken 1980, and Freeman 1984. 16. These estimates are confirmed by both the estimates of public sector unionism by Burton, 1979, and the estimates of private sector unionism by Freeman and Medoff, 1979a. 17. The declines in labor management coverage by industry are again confirmed in the estimates of coverage by industry from the Freeman and Medoff study, 1979a. Year: all, Northeast, South, North Central. West 1960, 61 73%, 77%, 48%, 80%, 80%, 1963, 64 70 74 47 78 73 1964. 65 69 74 47 79 71 1965 66 69 73 46 79 72 1967 68 68 73 46 78 71 1969 70 67 72 45 77 68 1971 72 65 71 45 75 64 1972 74 63 69 43 75 63 1974 76 61 66 39 75 59 1977 59 66 38 75 58 1981 56 62 34 73 53 1982 54 61 34 71 53 1983 53 59 33 7052 1984 5157 32 6948. Source: Department of Labor, BLS 1979D, Table 157, p. 546, 1977 and 1981-84 data are unpublished, from BLS Labor Management Division. Table 5, Labor Management Coverage, Manufacturing Plants, 1960 to 1984. Year: all, Northeast, South, North Central. West 1960, 61 79%, 81%, 60%, 86%, 83%, 1963, 64 77 79 59 85 76 1964, 65 77 79 60 86 74 1965, 66 76 78 57 87 73 1967, 68 76 77 57 85 73 1969. 70 76 78 59 86 72 1971 72 76 78 59 86 70 1972 74 75 77 58 86 68 1974 76 71 72 51 86 64 1977 69 72 49 85 62 1981 65 65 45 84 55 1982 63 64 45 81 55 1983 62 62 44 82 53 1984 60 60 42 80 50. Source: U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1979D, Table 157, page 546. 1977 and 1981-84 data are unpublished, from BLS Labor Management Division. Table 6, Union and Employee Association Density by State, 1970 to 1978. State 1970, 1972, 1974, 1976, 1978. California 35.7%, 34.5%, 33.3%, 32.2%, 28.8%. Illinois 37.3, 37.8, 37.1, 34.3, 33.4. Indiana 37.5, 36.0, 36.2, 33.4, 31.9. Michigan 43.5, 42.6, 42.4, 36.6, 38.5. Minnesota 31.9, 31.6, 38.3, 28.7, 27.6. New Jersey 31.2, 32.7, 32.3, 29.9, 27.3. New York 40.2, 41.2, 45.4, 44.8, 41.0. Pennsylvania 40.0, 41.3, 40.9, 39.7, 37.3. West Virginia 46.8, 45.4, 41.9, 42.6, 40.4. Wisconsin 33.3, 31.7, 32.1, 32.3, 30.5. Source: U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1980B, Table 166, page 414. Salesforce organizing seems to have resisted this trend in the 19703, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1980B, page 414. The bottom line is that union membership strength is eroding, not merely because of difficulties in organizing new constituencies or in less organized parts of the country. Union organization is weakening even in those areas of traditional strength. Thus our examination of the unevenness of the rise in union membership in the 2 decades from 1960 to 1980 and a comparison of U.S. figures with those of other developed countries indicates that Dunlop's remarks on union strength in this respect are overstated. On the other hand, the decline of the 19,703 is similar to that of the 19,603 and late 19503. Even the current disintegration of traditional union strongholds, e.g., trucking, mining, and construction, has not yet reached the general level of the 19,203, although it certainly may if present trends continue unabated. See Table 7.1318. Troy and Shefflin are clearly in error when they state, the 9-year, 16% decline in total membership from the cyclical and historical peak in 1975, represents the most sustained, significant decline suffered by U.S. unions in the 20th century. 1985, page 1.1. From 1920 to 1933, union membership declined 42%. Even excluding the Depression years, membership dropped 34% from 1920 to 1929, a decade of supposed prosperity. These percentages are based upon figures in the Wallman Series, 1936, p. 16, whose methodology Troy and Shefflin explicitly emulate. C. Griffin, Wallace, and Rubin, 1986. For an account of union setbacks before the Great Depression. Freeman and Medoff, 1984b, page 221, similarly fail to consider the post-World War I period when they assert that the 1956 to 80 decline is unprecedented in American history. At the other extreme is the analysis by Kocklenberg and Sokol, 1985, which attempts to exclude those. Table 7, AFL-CIO. Paid membership, 1955 to 1985. Number of members. Year, in thousands. 1955 12,622 1957 13,020 1959 12,779 1961 12,553 1963 12,469 1965 12,900 1967 13,781 1969 13,005 1971 13,177 1973 13,407 1975 14,070 1977 13,542 1979 13,621 1981 13 6021 1983 13 7581 1985 13 109. Source: Report of the Executive Council to the AFL-CIO 16th Convention, Anaheim, Cal. 28 October 1985. One just before the 1981 convention, the 1 million member UAW rejoined the AFL-CIO. Its full membership is not counted until the 1983 convention. The period from 1980 to 1985, the beginning of the Reagan years, is less easy to evaluate for a number of reasons. Not the least of these is the problem of finding a suitable time series for union membership data. 19. Still, by even the most conservative interpretation of this data, union losses were quite substantial. In addition, the trends of major losses in traditionally unionized sectors were especially sharp during the post-1980 period. This source are unlikely to join, e.g., managers. They argue that there has been very little decline from 1973 to 1981. 19. The long-standing BLS series, based on extensive surveys of individual unions, was discontinued in 1980. The series was picked up by the Bureau of National Affairs, who published the BLS surveys for 1980, then did their own in 1982. As the new BNA data for 1982 indicate, unions have suffered large-scale losses. Yet these figures tend to exaggerate the degree of those losses. It is probably wrong to compare the new BNA figures with the older BLS figures. It was clear even before its figures were announced that the BNA series would understate union membership because of the BNA's obvious inability to gain the degree of cooperation in surveying unions that the BLS has had historically. A further indication of the degree of understatement may be seen by looking at the AFL-CIO series in Table 7 and the current population survey figures in Table 8. The more recently released series by Troy and Shefflin, 1985, and by Kocklenberg and Sokol, 1985, have already been mentioned. Can be seen in general from the figures in Table 5 concerning labor management coverage. More detailed breakdowns, see Table 8, reported from the Current Population Survey, CPS. Table 8, Union membership based on CPS surveys, 1977 to 1984. Number, eligible, in, organized, in, percentage, covered, in, percentage, year thousands, organized thousands. Covered 1977 81,334 19,335 23.8% 21,535 26.5% 1980 87,480 20,095 23.0 22,493 25.7 1983 88,290 17,717 20.1 20,532 23.3 1984 92,194 17,340 18.8 19,932 21.6. Source: 1980 and 1983-84 data from U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1985A, page 208. 1977 data from U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1979E, 1981E. Confirm this trend, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1985A, pp. 208-9. The industry where unions have suffered the largest proportional loss is mining, where membership dropped from 285,000 to 162,000 from 1980 to 1984, the proportion of union members in the industry falling from 32% to 17.9%, Adams 1985. U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1985A, 1981E. These losses, however, while they should not be minimized, must be put into context. They have taken place during the most severe economic downturn since the Great Depression. There are almost always losses of union membership in recessions. Significant losses can be seen even in the 1974-75 period as well as during earlier recessions. Members are laid off, the ease of replacement of workers and the difficulty of getting a new job make organizing risks more severe, while the wage gains by new unions are likely to be low. In the most recent recession, highly unionized manufacturing was hit especially hard, and its recovery, if it can be said to have had one, has been very slow. As the data in Tables 1 and 2 indicate, unions have, however, historically rebounded somewhat during economic recovery periods. The trends in the early 19,808 show a steady continuation of the previous losses in membership by private sector unions, no longer masked by the earlier public sector gains. None of this is meant to belittle the seriousness of these losses in membership, only to place them in their proper perspective. Many of the signs are indeed ominous for U.S. trade unions. Union membership in heavy industry is unlikely to recover too. Tries will not be easy to reorganize. The slow quantitative losses, a steady trend from the mid-19,503 to the mid-19,803, have qualitatively changed the strength of unions. Totally contrary to Dunlop's complacent assessment, 1946 and 1986 are worlds apart. Quantity, slow and cumulative, has indeed changed into quality. Trends in union membership growth find U.S. unions both comparatively weak and steadily declining over a period of more than 3 decades. NLRB certification election results. It is also instructive to look at the fall of union success rates in NLRB certification elections, the main arena for private sector union organizing for the last 50 years. Union victory rates in NLRB certification elections may be examined with a linear model. 20. Let us start with a simple linear model that regresses the percentage of union victories over each successive year. This model takes the preliminary form YT equals BO plus BLA plus UT, where Y is the dependent variable, percentage of union victories or percentage of workers voting for unions. X is the independent variable, year, BO is the intercept. BL is the parameter for X, and U is the stochastic or random variable. Y and X are real observations. The model was then adjusted to separate the startup period 1935 to 37, the first several years of NLRB functioning before the Wagner Act was upheld by the Supreme Court, from the rest of the years. This was done by creating a dummy variable for this period. 2120. A brief word on linear models is perhaps necessary for those unfamiliar with least square estimators. The aim of a linear model is to find the linear equation, often represented graphically by a straight line, that best captures the relationships between the variables under investigation. Least square estimators attempt to minimize the divergences of each data point from this straight line. How well the model fits the data is found by examining the divergences or residuals of each point from the predicted value in the equation. A good fit means the model may be reasonable. A poor fit means that the model is bad, the process may not even be linear, or that there exists no predictable relationships between the variables under examination. 21. Dummy variables are used to place qualitative explanatory variables in quantitative statistical models. Essentially, they are variables that have binary or dichotomous values, that is, they may be either present or not. Examples might be sex, female or not female, season, winter or not winter, or as in our case, the startup period or not. See Hanushek in Jackson 1977, page 58. CD01, I001, OL number 1141141. L, J.1L plus LL, LL41, K, O, LL, J1, percentage of Union victories 60, 551, asterisk, 4K4 asterisk, underscore, 50.4 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk 45I, WW1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980. Year. Line represents model based on least squares fit. Symbol asterisk represents the actual values. Figure 4. Percentage of Union victories in NLRB elections by year. Actual values with least squares fit. Our new model thus is YT equals Q plus LT plus street L UT, where S is the startup period, 32 is the new coefficient parameter, and U is the stochastic term, as before. When this model was estimated, several interesting results occurred. See figures 4 and 5.22. First, the decline since the 19,508.22. Note the error in Goldfield 1982 in the data on the war period. This error has been corrected in the present series, eliminating the use of a dummy variable for the period when the War Labor Board was responsible for many certification. 85 to 141809, 75.4 asterisk 0.1 meters, 370 to 7, greater than Q asterisk. E, 5. Lu 965 inches A, asterisk K asterisk 3 feet. C1, 9, E60J, LL1 asterisk asterisk 45% 1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980. Year. Line represents model based on least squares fit. Symbol asterisk represents the actual values. Figure 5. Percentage of Union votes in NLRB elections by year. Actual values with least squares fit seems quite linear, constant in slope. Second, the period from 1972 to 1980 appears near the center of the new linear model, indicating that the decline during this period may have been no more drastic than that of other periods. The thesis that unions have been doing well is thus not confirmed by our model. The view that unions have suffered a greater degree of decline in the 19,708 than previously, however, is also suspect on the basis of NLRB certification results, as well as unionization figures. 2323. At first sight, it seems that the best means for determining exactly whether an accelerated decline has taken place or not is to calculate the slopes of various OLS segments in the model. This calculation and comparison can, of course, be easily done by taking the first derivative of the model. The slope, i.e., the first derivative of the period, say, 1972 to 78, may then be compared with the slope. Declines in NLRB victory rates from 1980 to 84 also seem to follow this general trend, with a slight increase in the post-recessionary years of 1983 and 1984. Certainly, the lowered victory rates during this latter period are not a qualitatively new type of phenomenon that began with the Reagan administration. Conclusion. Thus, it is reasonable to conclude from an examination of both union membership figures in NLRB union organizing rates that union strength has steadily eroded over the last 3 decades. An examination of union membership figures over time has shown U.S. trade unions to be weak compared to unions in other economically developed capitalist countries. 1936 to 71 or 1955 to 70. Although it is instructive to make the comparisons of a variety of slopes, this procedure does not conclusively solve our problem. The small number of data points in each segment makes the slope vary greatly depending on which points are included. Thus, 1968 to 78 gives a very different slope from that of 1972 to 78, and 1956 to 69 gives us a markedly different slope from 1951 to 74. Much now becomes arbitrary, since there is no overpowering reason for including 1 or 2 years on one side of the supposed decline or the other. 2. National political influence. The weakness of trade unions in the United States and their long-term decline are again confirmed by examining their influence in national politics. Compared to their counterparts in Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Western Europe, the political influence of U.S. unions is not great. This can be demonstrated by a number of stark comparisons. One important indication of this weakness is the historic state of social welfare and economic policy in this country. 1 Union political influence. 1. For comparative material, I have relied heavily on Walensky, 1975, Stevens, 1979, Rain and Rainwater, 1981, Flora and Heidenheimer, 1981, Shalev, 1983, Walensky, Lubert, Hahn, and Jameson, 1983, Esping, Anderson and Corpy, 1983, Cameron, 1984, and Pontusson, 1984. With the exception of Pontusson's study, much of this work, while descriptively rich and often insightful, is limited by its narrow commitment to either liberal or social democratic normative and descriptive assumptions. In reviewing much of this literature, Shalev comments that most omit discussions of the importance of radical left parties and movements pushing reformists in power to enact pro-working-class policies. Shalev also notes the obliviousness of this literature to the structural veto of capital in the limits of welfare state policy. Fortunately, most of these general limitations do not bear heavily on the comparative discussions here. For general assessments of U.S. social policies, I have relied on Piven and Cloward, 1971, Kudderl and Marmer, 1981, Skocpol and Eikenberry, 1982, Swank, 1984, Hicks and Swank, 1984, Browning, 1985, and Weir, 1986. 26. Comparatively weak, also appears to have declined steadily since the 19,303.2. While there are no simple measures for this latter assessment, it is perhaps best reflected in the deterioration of union and worker political rights. It can be argued further that the diminished union ratings in public opinion polls are also not unrelated to this weak and declining political influence. Social welfare legislation. Unions are not the only political forces in developed capitalist countries that strive for the institution of large social welfare programs. They are, however, by far the most powerful and influential. It is also recognized by many writers that a strong, organized labor movement is often a key determinant in the passage of social legislation. Conversely, the lack of strong social welfare programs in an economically developed capitalist country is often due to the weakness of organized labor. 3. While there have been many qualifications to this thesis in recent years, particularly to the argument that there is a strict correlation between social democratic strength in government and the scope of the welfare state, few would argue that the weakness of social welfare programs in the United States is unrelated to the weakness of unions here. Esping, Anderson, and Corpy, 1983, assert that the tendency of labor movements to seek to institutionalize social rights that are independent of market exchange is universal in capitalist democracies. Kudderl and Marmer see U.S. trade unions as strong supporters of universalistic social programs, 1981, p. 115. Thus, the state of social welfare in the United States may reasonably be taken as related to the state of trade unions here. 2. I, of course, do not argue that unions have no political influence. The passage of the occupational safety and health legislation, setting up OSHA, may be attributed to general union influence, just as the increased federal mine safety standards and black lung settlements were, almost certainly, a direct result of militant protests by miners. It is also apparent that in some states, for example, Michigan and New York, organized labor has had and continues to have large influence within the Democratic Party. C.J. David Greenstone's classic, although now somewhat dated, study of the influence of organized labor in the Democratic Party, Greenstone, 1977. 3. This theme was developed in two key studies in the 19705. Berkeley sociologist and industrial relations researcher Harold Wilinski argues, a large, strongly organized working class with high rates of participation in working class organizations fosters pro-welfare state ideologies and big spending, 1975, p. 65. Likewise, Stevens claims that the growth of the welfare state is a product of the growing strength of labor in civil society, 1979, page 89. Welfare state measures are considered here to include the National Health Service in the United States, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Medical Care, Social Security, public assistance, rent and utility subsidies, unemployment compensation, and various forms of workmen's compensation and disability benefits. Point 4. More generally, one might accept the functional definition noted by Shalev that welfare state policies are those that universally guarantee a minimum standard of living designed to cushion the impact on citizens and their families of some of the major insecurities, deprivations, and inequalities of the market economy. 1983, page 9. A comparative examination of social welfare programs might begin by noting that the United States continues to resist having any national health plan, long after every other economically developed country has accepted the idea. Wilinski, 1975, p. 27. Kudderl and Marmer, 1981, page 83. The comparatively modest proposals by Senator Edward Kennedy in the 19703, heavily supported by the AF-CIO and other unions, have met with little success in Congress, even at the height of Democratic congressional strength. At the other end of the spectrum, a national health system arrived in Germany in the late 19th century under Bismarck. Organized labor in the United States has certainly been weak in this regard. By almost every reasonable criterion, the United States lags in social welfare programs. Unemployment compensation in this country is less automatic, covers a smaller percentage of a worker's pay, and lasts a shorter time than in virtually any European country. Sorrentino, 1976, Magaziner and Wright, 1982, p. 15. OECD, 1984. Comparative welfare state studies have mushroomed since the middle 19703. Collectively, they view an assortment of indicators purporting to measure the strength of social welfare policies and, hence, the degree of development of the welfare state. Two early efforts by Wilinski, 1975, and Stevens, 1979, look at aggregate welfare spending data for a variety of countries. Wilinski examines the percentage of GNP, gross national product, spent on social welfare programs as a rough indicator of 4. I exclude education, for reasons argued by Wilinski, with whom I concur. Wilinski concludes that education is not social welfare but, in general, a transfer payment from the parents of the less affluent to the children of the more affluent. 1975, page 5. He argues that this is even the case in California, which supposedly has the most democratic higher education system in the world. The welfare effort. He finds that, of the 22 rich countries, in his study, the United States ranks 21st on Social Security spending, 1975, pp. 30-31. He attributes much of the special reluctance of the United States to what one might characterize as a series of anti-labor, cultural values. 5. Stevens, while critical of Wilinski's methodology and indices, arrives at similar results. He produces evidence that shows that the United States ranks lowest in welfare spending in comparison to 17 other economically developed capitalist countries that he examines. Point 6. It also ranks high in terms of economic inequality based on the distribution of wealth. Stevens, 1979, p. 118. He argues convincingly in two chapters, both entitled Labor Organization and the Welfare State, that the strongest explanatory variables for welfare spending and income distribution are degree of labor organization and extent of what he calls socialist rule, which is a rather loose category including governmental control by various labor parties. Point 7. By a similar index, Kudderl and Marmer, 1981, find the United States, along with Canada, a welfare laggard in comparison with 11 other countries. They also find the United States to be behind other developed capitalist countries by a variety of additional indicators. The United States, for example, ranks last among 7 large capitalist countries in the dates in which a series of selected programs, all of direct interest to workers, were first introduced. These programs include pensions, unemployment insurance, and accident insurance. Canada, however, introduced unemployment insurance in 1940, while the United States introduced it in 1935. Shalev argues that there are criteria other than the amount of social welfare that also reflect the class biases of programs. 1983, pp. 16-17, 18-19. These include the scope of the coverage, the way it is administered, and the criteria by which eligibility is determined. Esping, Anderson and Corpy, 1983, page 5, likewise discuss attempts by working-class movements to marginalize traditionally punitive, means-tested poor relief. They discuss the struggles by labor organizations over the conditions for Title V. Walensky describes these cultural values as economic individualism, our unusual emphasis on private property, the free market, and minimum government, 1975, page 32. 6. These countries are the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and 13 Western European countries. 7. For a critique of Stevens' general view, see Pontusson, 1984. Meant, such as waiting days, contribution requirements, employment experience, and benefit duration. By these criteria, the United States also ranks low. Piven and Cloward, 1971, give eloquent testimony to the demeaning features of the various forms of relief in this country. Extensive waiting periods, means and employment-related criteria, and the capricious denial of many benefits, including relief and unemployment compensation, make social welfare a form of subjection and insecurity, rather than a reliable form of maintenance of standard of living. Procedurally as well as substantively, the United States is far behind other economically developed capitalist countries. Thus, in contrast to the impressionistic arguments of Dunlop and others, by a variety of quantitative and other carefully delineated criteria, U.S. labor unions may be regarded as quite weak in their influence on social legislation. Point 8. Further, it cannot reasonably be argued that labor unions in this country are unsuccessful in promoting social legislation merely because they are less interested. Their efforts belie this. First, as noted by Dunlop, they have been successful in enacting many small pieces of social legislation, including minimum wages in OSHA and CETA, Comprehensive Educational Training Act, appropriations. Point 9. In those states where unions have had more political influence than they have nationally, they have fought, successfully in many cases, for more comprehensive social legislation. These actions certainly suggest interest. One of the biggest indicators of the lack of political influence of organized labor on the national level has been its failure to affect government responsiveness to high and rising rates of unemployment. Weir, 1986. Levels of unemployment that are in this country generally considered low, e.g., 4 and 5%, were until the late 19,708 often deemed unacceptable in many 8. On income distribution, see the careful study by Peter Wiles, 1974. See also Magaziner and Reich, 1982, page 16. 9. See Kau and Rubin, 1981, for an attempt to develop a quantitative assessment of labor's political impact. Their paper shows that unions act rationally in making campaign contributions, in order to optimize the number of congressmen who will support economic legislation in which unions are interested. Kau and Rubin find that unions exercise political power both through the power of union members as voters and through campaign contributions made by unions to representatives. They erroneously conclude, based on the fact that unions have some influence and act rationally to use it, that unions have substantial amounts of political power. A comparison with other developed countries would have yielded a different conclusion about the extent of union national political influence. Other developed countries, Freeman, 1977, p. 181. In few other developed countries would unemployment be considered a valid consequence of controlling inflation. In a number of countries in Western Europe, a major stated purpose of government spending has been the maintenance of full employment. Whatever the validity and effectiveness of such schemes, this goal, strongly endorsed by major U.S. unions, has never been a politically dominant one here. 10. One telling commentary on both the legislative weakness of organized labor and its interest in social legislation is that its ability to gain the passage of even minor reforms often depends on extreme forms of disruption, sometimes coupled with alliances with other social forces. One would, of course, expect that major reforms, like the 8-hour day or national health care, would entail major upheavals. The Railway Labor Act of 1926, a relatively minor piece of labor legislation, was the result of several years of turmoil involving strong dissident groups among railway workers. The Mine Safety Act of 1972 was passed after widespread wildcat strikes in the coalfields. Black lung benefit legislation was enabled after insurgent miners, organized independently of their unions, demonstrated by the tens of thousands in West Virginia. The major pieces of social legislation, still far less than in most other economically developed capitalist countries, were only passed as the result of the upheavals in the 1930s and 19,603. In the 19,305, labor unions were allied in supporting legislation with the massive, but short-lived, unemployed movement and the black movement, Goldfield 1985a. In the 1960s, major disruptions by blacks, from sit-ins and demonstrations to ghetto rebellions, led to the successful passage of social legislation, some of which unions had been pressing unsuccessfully for many years. Piven and Cloward, 1971, 1977. Despite the difficulties unions have had, they have been far more successful in obtaining social welfare and economic legacy. 10. Note the effect of the 1946 Full Employment Act. For an interesting discussion, see Domhoff 1979, pp. 109-17, and the failures to gain consideration in the 19,708 of the Humphrey Hawkins Full Employment Bill and the more recent Conyers Bill, which supposedly aims at creating full employment by shortening the workweek. Margaret Weir lays great emphasis on the importance of programs developed by experts in the structure of government in the blocking or advancing of key incomes policies. She asserts that opportunities for achieving such goals were more real than most commentators suggest. Still, she argues that, more than many advanced industrial nations, the U.S. lacks a ready-made proponent for active involvement in employment because of its weak labor movement, 1986, page 29. Lashon than in gaining their own legal rights and narrow economic goals. 11. Moreover, their influence in this regard would seem to be declining. Union legal rights. As far as their own rights go, U.S. unions appear to be in a worse situation than their counterparts in other economically developed capitalist countries. 12. In no other developed capitalist countries are unions as legally constrained as in the United States, although in France they have few legal rights. The degree of injunctive powers possessed by the courts and the ability of employers to sue unions are unmatched elsewhere. The web of Taft-Hartley restrictions, while being mimicked in several other places, is nowhere as extensive as in the United States. It is here that the question of unions' decline in political influence may be most fruitfully examined. Their political influence seems to have fallen steadily in recent decades. While it is important not to exaggerate the political influence of organized labor within the New Deal Democratic Party, it is clear that it was substantial. 13. By 1947, labor's influence, still strong by many accounts, was already weakening. A full mobilization by organized labor in that year failed to prevent the passage of Taft-Hartley over President Truman's veto. The inability of organized labor even to slow the passage of the Landrum-Griffin Bill of 1959 demonstrated even greater ineffectiveness. This was, of course, during the Republican Eisenhower administration. In 11. C. Freeman and Medoff, 1984b, pp. 191, 206, for a similar conclusion. 12. Workers themselves have fewer rights as employees than in most other developed capitalist countries, France perhaps being a partial exception. To take one example, the United States is one of the few such lands where workers may be arbitrarily fired without immediate legal recourse or injunctive relief. Estreicher 1984. 13. Cross, 1981, for example, argues that the anti-NLRB hearings of the Smith Committee in 1939 and 1940 could not have taken place without the explicit support of the AFL, in part a product of its conflict with the CIO. These hearings, according to Cross, paved the way for the Taft-Hartley Bill of 1947, regarded by labor unions as the Slave Labor Act. For an argument that labor had little influence even during the New Deal, see Harris, 1982a, 1982b. Ferguson and Rogers, 1981, on the other hand, find the Truman veto of Taft-Hartley an indication of greater union influence in national politics than exists today. Montgomery, 1979. Views the 1934 to 38 period as the height of labor's political influence. Rubin, Griffin, and Wallace, 1983, employing a broad view of union power, see the whole 1933 to 46 period as a high point. I consider labor militancy and pressure to be the primary cause for the passage of New Deal, 1933 to 38, labor legislation, Goldfield 1985a. Succeeding years, organized labor failed, with a heavily Democratic Congress and Democratic presidents, to get even the most noxious sections of Taft-Hartley repealed, like 14b on right to work laws. Common situs picketing, allowing one construction craft to strike a whole construction site, passed both houses, but was vetoed by President Gerald Ford, who had originally supported it. By the mid-1970s, the NLRB itself was being gutted by legal maneuvering and other forms of employer resistance. 14. A full-scale mobilization by organized labor failed miserably in its attempt to pass the tepid Labor Law Reform Act in 1978, which would have provided only partial remedies to the growing ineffectiveness of the NLRB. 15. One of the few national legislative successes concerning the rights of private sector unions during the post-World War XI period involved the extension of NLRB coverage to hospital workers. Bad press and public opinion. The weakness of unions is also reflected in their long-term decline in public opinion. It is reasonable to ask what difference public opinion makes at all. For example, the 1943 strike by the United Mine Workers, UMW, during World War II, in defiance of President Roosevelt, did not receive favorable ratings in the polls. Publicly opposed even by major CIO leaders, it nevertheless galvanized support from large numbers of militant unionized workers in other industries. The miners, however, did not need public opinion on their side. Their industry was fully organized, and it was strategically located. Their historically militant workforce was united. They could not be replaced by scabs, and they knew it. In many other situations, particularly those in which unions are newly organizing, public opinion can be important. Recently, a Long Island Teamsters local was successful in organizing a small fabricating plant owned by a large conglomerate. The union not only organized the workforce, but publicized the way the plant was polluting the surrounding community. They exposed the ownership and Orga 14. See Chapter 9 for a fuller discussion of employer resistance. 15. See Knight, 1979, for a description of the issues involved in the Labor Law Reform Act of 1978. Ferguson and Rogers, 1979a. Give an analysis for the causes of the defeat of the bill. For a less sanguine view of the NLRB than Knight's, and for estimates of the extent of time delays in various NLRB steps, see Hook, 1982. For remarks on the concessions in negotiations with Democratic Party congressional leaders that weakened the bill, see Raskin, 1978. NIST a community dump-in at the conglomerate's headquarters. Maintaining their unity and aided by favorable publicity and community support, the workers got their union in a first contract. The 1936-37 Flint sit-down strike that led to the unionization of General Motors depended in part for its success, according to many commentators, on the strong public support for the rights of labor. Clearly, this support was anchored on the militancy and power exhibited by workers in Flint and other parts of the country. Strong pro-union public opinion was most likely a result both of the growing strength of the labor movement and the sympathy large numbers of people had for the conditions under which U.S. workers were forced to earn their living. Liberal politicians, including Michigan Governor Frank Murphy and President Franklin D. Roosevelt, proved responsive to this strong public support for the Flint strikers. As James Medoff argues in his near-exhaustive study of U.S. public opinion polls about unions, 1984, the public image of trade unions does affect, at least to some degree, their success as organizations. First, there is a strong correlation between how people vote in representation elections and their image of unions. Second, votes of local, state, and federal politicians are in part responsive to public opinion. Third, the ability of companies to commit unfair labor practices without public outcries is based partly on the low degree of sympathy for unions. There does appear to be a long-term decline in the image of labor unions, as measured in national surveys. Since the middle 19,503, a trend that seems to be somewhat more accentuated since the middle 19603. This can be seen in Table 9 below. Large-scale publicity seems to have occasionally had a big impact on public opinion on unions. This has particularly been the case when highly negative, well-publicized congressional hearings have been held. From 1935 to 1937, according to polls, unions were highly rated by the public at large. Gross notes the degree of success the Smith Committee had during 1939-40 in discrediting both the NLRB and the union movement. According to Gallup polls, 16% more of the general population thought employers were unfairly treated by the NLRB, favoring pro-employer revision of the National Labor Relations Act. After the hearings had gotten underway, Gross 1981, p. 187, a casual survey of the press. Table 9, public approval of labor unions, 1936 to 1985. Year, approve, disapprove. No opinion 19,851 58% 27% 1981, 55, 35, 10% 1979, 55, 33, 12, 1978, 59, 31, 10, 1972, 59, 26, 15, 1967, 66, 23, 11, 1965. June 70, 1911. February 71, 19, 10, 1963, 67, 23, 10, 1962, 64, 24, 12, 1961. May 63, 22, 15. February 70, 18, 12, 1959, 68, 19, 13, 1957. September 64, 18, 18. February 76, 14, 10, 1953, 75, 18, 7, 1949, 62, 22, 16, 1947, 64, 25, 11 19412 61 67 3033 9 10 1940 64 22 14 1939 68 248 1937 72 76 2024 8 1936 72 208. Note: this is a corrected and updated version of a similar table appearing in Madoff 1984. 11,985 figures are reported in New York Times, 19 May 1985. Two other data appear in Gallup Report number 191, August 1981, where the question asked was, in general, do you approve or disapprove of labor unions? In additional yearly Gallup reports, the question for 1936 to 1941 was, are you in favor of labor unions? Where different, the values for these reports are given in parentheses. Has generally been on the defensive in the post-World War II period. 16 In the late 19,405 and early 19,508, the labor movement was not only attacked for having radicals and communists in key leadership positions, but even for harboring them in its ranks. By the late 1950s, the charges of gangsterism and corruption were given full play, eventually providing the rationale for the Landrum-Griffin Act of 1959. As can be seen from Table 9, favorable opinions toward unions, as measured by the Gallup 16. This phenomenon was also noticed by Bell, 1953. Polls dropped from 75% before the McClelland hearings to 68% afterward, remaining at that level through the 19,605, then falling to an average of only 60% in the 1970s. This drop took place across many occupational groups, including professional and business, white-collar, blue-collar, and farmers. During the 19,705, it took place most sharply among those under 30 years of age. Much has been made in the 19,705 and early 19,805 of the declines in productivity of U.S. industrial workers, particularly in comparison to workers in Japan and West Germany. Some of this reporting either implicitly or explicitly blames a lack of hard work or loss of the work ethic by U.S. workers. 17. In contrast to these negative attitudes toward unions, it is interesting to note the high favor in which unions and their leaders have stood among their membership. The polls also indicate a large number of contradictory findings among both the population at large and among union members themselves. First, people are often quite knowledgeable and have surprisingly positive views on certain aspects of unions. Unions are considered necessary for complaints and grievances to be heard. In a 1984 Harris poll, 92% of union, 82% of non-union respondents agreed to protect workers' rights. 1978 Peor, 59% of all respondents agreed to improve wages, working conditions, and job security. 1982 ABC, Washington Post, 78% of respondents concurred. Workers should have the right to join unions. 1984 Harris, 94% of union, 81% of all respondents answered affirmatively. Unions are viewed as a good force in promoting social needs. 1984 Harris, 88% of all respondents agreed, and as a good check on the power of big business. 1984 Harris, 61% of respondents concurred, yet by 68% to 17%, those polled consider unions that do not fairly represent their members to be a bigger problem than companies that deny workers a chance to join a union. 1978 Peor. Unions also have too much influence in American life and politics. 1981 CBS, NYT, 60%. One explanation for these negative findings may be that public opinion ranks labor leaders low in confidence. 1982 Harris, and in ethical standards. 1983 Gallup. In the latter category, only 1217. Victor Perla, 1982, documents certain of these charges against U.S. workers. He also goes on to present an interesting argument that the claim of declining productivity not only is used for anti-labor purposes, but is in fact percent of the respondents gave high marks to union leaders, below realtors and insurance salesmen, 13%, building contractors, 18%, lawyers, 24%, television reporters, 33%, college teachers, 47%, doctors, 52%, druggists, 61%, and clergymen, 64%. Only car salesmen, 6%, and advertising practitioners, 9%. Ranked lower. 0.18. Thus we find that both union members and the population at large have rudimentary knowledge of unions and think positively of them as institutions but are quite skeptical of their leadership. This is quite a subtle, not to say astute, evaluation. Public opinion polls in other developed capitalist countries are not easily compared to those taken in this country. International results are contradictory. Although fewer people in other economically developed capitalist countries seem to judge trade union leaders as corrupt, inefficient, or unethical than in this country, the general degrees of positive evaluations for trade unions are similar. Because of the differing nature of the polls, it is difficult to make more than tentative judgments on this score. 19. Conclusion. The social legislation of the 1930s successfully brought the United States out of the 19th century. The many small pieces of legislation cited by Dunlop and others, however, while certainly important, only indicate that the United States in comparison to other developed countries is still a reluctant participant in the 20th century. Even before the initial dismantling of social welfare programs by the Reagan administration, this country was marked by the slippage in certain New Deal social programs, the increasing erosion of the progressive nature of the income tax, and the lack of headway on the issues of national health care and unemployment. That much of the legislation cited by Dunlop and others was, however, passed in the late 19,608 and early 1970s also indicates that the decline in influence of U.S. unions, certainly before Reagan, has been neither precipitous nor terminal. 18. Although I have checked the original sources for the preceding polls, it was the comprehensive study by Medoff, 1984, that led me to the majority of this material. 19. See, for example, Gallup, 1976, 1981A, 1981B, and Hastings, 1984. The analysis of unions' direct and indirect legislative influence, as well as the less favorable ratings in public opinion polls, make it only fair to conclude that labor's political influence is quite weak in this country, and if anything declining. 2020. It is interesting to note that this was also Samuel Gompers's assessment, according to William Z. Foster. Foster writes, another aspect of American labor's political weakness is the reactionary course of labor legislation in the United States. He then quotes Gompers's charges against the National Association of Manufacturers, etc., written in 1909, after a visit to Europe. We are, in the United States, not less than 2 decades behind many European countries in the protection of life, health, and limb of the workers. We are behind England 10 years. We are behind Germany 20 years. Foster continues. In the 13 years that have elapsed since this comparison was made, the situation has become much more unfavorable for the United States, because during that period, and especially since the war, nearly all the European countries have made great strides forward in labor legislation while this country has gone steadily backward. Foster, 1922, page 4. 3. The collective bargaining system. It might be argued that U.S. labor unions, though they are weak and ineffective in national politics, make up for this defect by exerting considerable economic power at the plant and firm level. 1. To see whether this argument has substance, we shall now look at 7 aspects of labor management relations: worker militancy, contract strength, concession bargaining, job and income security, the recent disintegration of many previously stable collective bargaining relations, union leadership, and union busting. Worker militancy. Those who argue that unions exercise considerable economic, even monopoly, power at the plant and firm level often point to the high strike rates of workers in the United States. Various 1. This is the current orthodox argument quite common in the industrial relations literature. For a clear formulation, see Cocken, 1980. Several others cited in this essay who note the proposition approvingly are Voos, 1982, and Rumkin and Juris, 1978. For a sustained critique, see Hyman, 1982. Michael Wallerstein, 1985, argues that national union movements make rational choices over whether to get many benefits for their members through nationally legislated social welfare programs or through the incorporation of these benefits in their contracts. Studies and statistical compilations indicate that U.S. strike rates, particularly in the post-World War II period, are among the highest in the developed capitalist countries. The United States is not merely characterized by a high level of strike activity, but by a comparatively high level of violence in labor management conflict throughout its history. Until 1980, there was little evidence that strike activity had dwindled in this country. Rather, as can be seen in Figure 6, the number of strikes by year seems to follow a cyclical pattern. In 1980, the Department of Labor stopped reporting detailed strike statistics. Unpublished figures for 1981, however, indicate that while the number of strikes began declining, those that did take place were much lengthier. For later dates, one must rely on the less informative BLS series that records strikes of over 1,000 workers of at least one day, thus failing to capture most wildcat stoppages. This series tends to reflect official strikes in large firms, which clearly diminished from 1980 to 1982. This decline in strike activity, rather than being traceable to policies of the Reagan administration, is more likely attributable to the economic recession, high unemployment, and the especially weakened state of manufacturing. This speculation is confirmed by the sharp increase in some measures of strike activity for 1983, with the beginning of an upturn in the economy. Though U.S. workers and their unions do not generally seem to have been the passive recipients of whatever the employers have to offer, it is not clear that they have been able to mobilize for more than sectoral struggles. Among the failures of such narrowness has been the inability or unwillingness of the official labor organizations to mobilize more than token support for beleaguered strikers, among whom are numbered coal miners in 1978, Patco in 1981, Greyhound strikers in 1983, the Phelps Dodge copper workers in 1983, 84, and Hormel workers in 1986. Still, it might be argued that unionized workers have not done so poorly in the post-World War XI period. One might conclude that union tenacity in collective bargaining, reflected in lengthy and frequent strikes, rather than national political influence, was the means for gaining social benefits for union members. Contract strength and job and income security. It might thus be argued that many unions have not needed strong national social legislation since they achieved their aims more fully in their contracts. Pensions, supplementary unemployment. 143,000 D3 less than FI 2000. 1000. Number of work stop ages, LILLLLLLL 1930, 1935, 1940, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1960, 1965, 1970, 1975, 1980. Year. Source. U.S. Department of Labor. BLS 1982F. Figure 6. Number of work stoppages in the U.S. by year. Benefits and extensive medical coverage are indeed features of certain union contracts, for example, those of the United Auto Workers, UAW, and Steelworkers, USA. There is, of course, an important element of truth to the claim that key social welfare measures are embodied in some union contracts. These provisions, however, are not necessarily an adequate counterbalance to weak union influence in national politics. First, a majority of the workforce is unorganized. Since there exists a high disparity of wages and benefits between organized and unorganized workers, most non-union workers tend not to enjoy union-negotiated social benefits. Point 2. Pensions and full medical coverage are 2. The existence and causes of union, non-union wage, and benefit. Among the more common benefits not enjoyed by non-union workers. Second, even most union members do not receive many of the supposed benefits of strong collective bargaining. Most union members, for example, do not have full medical coverage. Few union pension plans pay more than meager supplements to Social Security. In addition, while the percentage of pension plans that fail is still small, some companies, eyeing the cash assets, have recently forced their employees to give up their pensions through negotiations, as happened at Braniff Airlines. Third, a big problem with even the best of contracts is that the benefits usually only last for as long as a worker is employed at the particular firm. This problem is especially stark today. Even many steelworkers and UAW members, in auto, farm, and construction equipment, have lost benefits due to the extensive layoffs in their industries. Thus, a comprehensive national social welfare program not based upon employment at a particular firm would benefit not only unemployed, non-union, and laid-off workers, but even those in industries with supposedly strong contracts. The argument that unions, and workers in general, receive the potential benefits of national social welfare programs through their union contracts rather than through national legislation is hardly convincing. Point 3. While there does seem to exist some collective bargaining strength among strong unions in this country compared, for example, to unions in weak bargaining countries like France and Italy, this would not appear to be an adequate substitute for national social welfare legislation. Moreover, their TELs are discussed in a growing literature. Their existence is well documented. Figures for 1984 show that the average weekly earnings for all unionized workers was $404, while that of non-unionized workers was $303. The disparity is even greater for non-white workers. $352 to $236 for black workers, $346 to $238 for Hispanic workers. U.S. Department of Labor. BLS 1985A, page 210. Much of the debate concerns whether high-wage industries are more open to unionism or whether unionization is in whole or part a cause of the differentials. C. Kahn, 1979, and Lewis, 1983, for a discussion of the issues and extensive references. The best overall summaries are by Freeman and Medoff, 1981, 1983. For our purposes here, it is enough to note that non-union employees tend not to enjoy the level of wages or benefits that their union counterparts do. This differential is more extreme for many benefits. Freeman in Medoff 1984b. 3. Magaziner and Reich, 1982, discuss the question of the inferior social benefits in Chapter 1 of their work. Among other things, they note the far more liberalized vacations in other developed countries. Rain and Rainwater, 1981, attempt to account for privately funded benefits in assessing social welfare. They still find that the United States ranks near the bottom. Are many developed capitalist countries, e.g., Sweden, Germany, Britain, and Australia, where bargaining covers a larger percentage of the workforce and where the bargaining leverage is not inferior to that in this country. Point 4. Union collective bargaining strength is not as weak in this country as are its political influence and membership strength. We should be clear that the militancy of many workers and the high strike rates have indeed helped workers win better conditions and in some cases better contracts. Their ability to win wage benefits is not inferior to that of workers in several European countries, yet this collective bargaining strength is not able to compensate them, particularly in terms of job security, for the meager social legislation existing in the United States. Even further, there has been a decline in bargaining strength, quite evident over the last decade. U.S. unions have been unable to protect their members from forced and totally uncompensated losses of real wages due to inflation, as has been done partially by Swedish and German unions, among others. They have bargained away, in many cases, the right to strike during the life of their contracts, and in the extreme case of steel, with the experimental negotiating agreement, the right to strike over contracts. Until recently, unions have been all too ready to grant uncompensated major concessions to their employers, in contrast to the stance of many of their counterparts in other countries. All these things may be taken as indications of declining bargaining strength. Concession bargaining. One sign that the collective bargaining strength of major unions is weakening may be found in the widespread nature of concession bargaining, particularly as it developed in the early 1980s. Concession bargaining involves wage freezes, wage decreases, foregoing raises due under existing contracts, and giving up previously won fringe benefits. It often involves reopening of contracts in order to give these concessions to the companies. Concession bargaining has sometimes meant the giving up of long-cherished work rules and the acceptance of highly divisive two-tier wage systems, that is, lower wage scales for the same for. For comparative material on bargaining in other developed countries, see Clegg, 1976, OECD, 1979. Martin and Cassillo, 1980. Barkin, 1975, Vaughan. Bem, 1980, Crouch and Pizzomo, 1978, and Juris, Thompson, and Daniels, 1985, among others. Jobs for newly hired, temporary, or even low seniority workers. There are some who argue that these concessions are largely a result of cyclical economic activity, brought on by the severity of the recession. Dunlop, 1982. Mitchell, 1982. F. Lanahan, 1984. Contract bargaining will presumably return to normal, that is, concessions will be reversed when the economy picks up. Others, however, see the 19,803 concession bargaining as something new that portends extensive changes in U.S. collective bargaining behavior. Friedman, 1982, 1985. Capelli, 1982, 1983. To answer the questions about the nature of concessions, it is instructive to look at the special characteristics of the early 19,803 bargaining agreements. Such concessions may be said to have begun with the government-mandated wage cuts for Chrysler workers in 1979, but they did not really become a major trend until 1981. Many factors have contributed to the rise in the number and percentage of contracts involving major concessions. First, the general economic crisis, or recession, beginning in 1979 undoubtedly was a key component. Unemployment rose officially to almost 11% in 1982, the highest level since the 19,303. Second, the recession created special havoc for workers in a series of distressed industries. These included newspapers, printing, and meatpacking, whose economic problems had been manifest for decades, and construction, where high unemployment and diminished building had been endemic since the middle 1907-03. Third, those industries that were subject to increasing foreign competition were hit especially hard. These included auto, steel, tires and rubber, and shipbuilding. Further, farm and construction equipment suffered greatly as a result of the crises in the sectors they supplied. Finally, deregulation intensified the recessionary difficulties for unions in trucking and air. There have been concessionary negotiations in the past, including those during the 19,303 Depression, the post-Korean War givebacks in the garment and textile industries, the attempts to get Studebaker and Kaiser Willys workers to accept wage cuts, supposedly to aid their dying companies. According to Robert J. Flanagan, however, the scale of present concession bargaining is unprecedented. 1984, page 184. A3. F. Lanahan notes in BLS figures corroborate, wage decreases were virtually unheard of in major collective bargaining agreements up to 1981. By 1983, one-third of all workers covered by new contracts were taking wage reductions. From 10% to 20% during the first year. By way of contrast, first-year increases were almost 10% for contracts negotiated from 1974 to 1979, topping 10% in 1980 and 1981. These averages dropped to slightly over 3% in contracts signed in 1982 and 1983. In the first quarter of 1983, as a result of the steel settlement, median wages in major industrial settlements dropped 1.6%, 3.7% in those with COLA clauses. As an indication of the extent of the concessions, it is worth noting that average union wage increases in manufacturing were over 1% less in 1983, 3.6%, than were wage increases among non-union workers, 4.7%, who were unable to apply any bargaining leverage. 0.5. The scale of recent wage givebacks has not been seen since the 1930s. Then, however, the degree of unionization was negligible in mass production industries. Another unique feature of the recent period includes the large number of contract reopeners, for the purpose of making concessions, proposed by companies and accepted without serious resistance by the unions. In the early 1908, many economists claimed that these concessions were largely a result of conjunctural factors. Dunlop 1982. Mitchell 1982. Flanagan 1984. They argued that the ending of the recession and the return of profitability to many distressed industries would see a regaining of union losses. But 1984, supposedly a year of recovery and declining official unemployment, brought with it continued concessions and even lower first-year wage increases in new contracts. Against the optimistic predictions for cyclical recovery, few gains in concession-prone industries seem to have been registered. 6. Even 1985 saw the acceptance of a sharp two-tiered wage system in the master freight agreement by the Teamsters and successful demands by United Airlines, the biggest and a highly profitable airline, that its pilots accept a two-tiered scale that would eventually lead to a 50% lowered wage for pilots. Thus, the continuing decline of union strength has made union recovery from the deep economic recession especially difficult. F. Lanahan and others cite the decreased number of strikes between 1980 and 1983 involving more than 1,000 workers to show the lack of union militancy. What they neglect to mention, however, are the sharp increases in 1983 in the number of workers. 5. See various issues of current wage developments for the years 1977 to 85. 6. See the informative analysis by Kim, Moody, 1985. Involved in strikes, 909,000 in 1983 compared to 795,000 in 1980, 729,000 in 1981, and 656,000 in 1982. The number of working days lost, 17.5 million in 1983 compared to 9.1 and 16.9 million in 1982 and 1981 respectively, and even the days lost per 1,000 workers, 195 in 1983, 102 in 1982, and 172 in 1981. All this suggests that strikes have become much longer and possibly more bitter while unions have become less effective. Contrary to the views of those who see the concessions merely as a response to various temporary conjunctural factors, they are more likely also a reflection of long-term union weakness and declining strength. Disintegration of stable bargaining relations. Further evidence of recent weakening in union collective bargaining strength in the United States is found in the disintegration of former stable bargaining relations in many industries and the breakup of industry-wide bargaining relations in others. Friedman 1982. Although full-scale industry bargaining was established in coal mining during the 19,305, the pace-setter for stable, industry-wide bargaining has been the automobile industry. Here the relation was fully institutionalized beginning with the United Auto Workers General Motors 1955-year contract, at the time popularly called the Treaty of Detroit. Other industries, including steel, rubber, and farm and construction equipment, emulated the automobile industry. The last major sector to develop such bargaining was trucking. In 1964 the Master Freight Agreement was signed between the Teamsters, IBT, and almost 10,000 trucking companies employing over 300,000 workers. Grocery workers, now covered by the newly amalgamated United Food and Commercial Workers, brewery workers, and others followed the IBT patterns. This system had established industry-wide patterns of wages, benefits, and working conditions, insensitive to competitive conditions in separate industries and product lines. Friedman 1982. These relationships, seemingly stable as late as 1980 except in several minor areas, have all but crumbled. In construction, mining, and trucking, previously highly unionized industries, huge losses in union membership and the rise of non-union operations have effectively destroyed industry-wide bargaining. even in those industries where membership remains high. Science tied to the profitability of companies. Such concessions in the auto, steel, airline, and meatpacking industries have effectively ended the patterns. In some instances, highly aggressive companies have used a variety of tactics to break out of previously negotiated industry standards. In 1983, Continental Airlines reorganized itself under Chapter 11 of the 1978 bankruptcy provisions, cut wages and benefits in half, fired a majority of its employees, and declared itself non-union. In the wake of the defeat of the 1983-84 Phelps-Dodge copper strike, various copper companies, many of whom had lost money owing to the low price of copper on the world market, demanded a reopening of the 1983 three-year agreement. Companies sought from $2.50 to $6 per hour in immediate concessions. Some claimed that the re-establishment of industry-wide standards would be equivalent to putting Humpty Dumpty back together again. Of course, there is still the possibility that such standards might prevail without unions reasserting their power. This would undoubtedly have to be on terms that unionized workers would hardly approve. There is a trend for the more profitable companies in a distressed industry to want the same concessions, if not more, than those given to their weaker competitors. Greyhound, with large profits the previous year, still fought successfully for major wage and benefit cuts during the 1983-84 strike. GM wants what the Chrysler workers gave up, while American Motors wants even more. United Airlines, not facing the financial difficulties of Eastern, wants their pattern. Other companies implicitly demand parity with their third world competitors. Such competition between workers in different companies and in different countries ultimately destroys workers' minimum goal for a living wage. There is always a lower wage somewhere that can be claimed by an employer to be the standard. John L. Lewis, in an exchange with Charles L. Schwab, then chairman of Bethlehem Steel, states this succinctly. During the 19,203, the United Mine Workers, UMW, had refused a wage cut in response to growing losses by coal companies. Schwab argued that the union scale should be reduced from $7.50 to $5 per day, since that is what many non-union mines were paying. Mr. Lewis, do you know we have evidence before this committee to show that wages have been reduced in some instances as low as $2.50 and $3 in certain mines in West Virginia? Where is the bottom? Mr. Schwab, you will not prevent the bottom being reached by keeping wages so high that the man cannot work. Mr. Lewis, do you approve of a wage policy that will permit the most unfortunate, the most isolated, the most dependent foreign miner in West Virginia to become the yardstick that would measure the wages of organized labor in America? I. Bernstein 1966, page 129. Just as the destruction of the union standard in mining during the 19,203 was a significant indicator of growing union weakness in the UMW, so the destruction of industry-wide union standards in numerous industries today is one more sign of declining union strength. While there have been unsuccessful attempts to decentralize collective bargaining in other economically developed capitalist countries, e.g., Sweden, France, and West Germany, forced concessions and the destruction of industry-wide patterns have been primarily a U.S. phenomenon. The partial exception is Britain, where miners withstood for a year of vicious onslaught by the Thatcher government in 1984-85. Otherwise, no changes in collective bargaining comparable to those in the United States have even been attempted in these other countries. Weaknesses of trade union leadership. In the United States, the role of the AFL leadership is to chloroform the working class while the capitalist class goes through its pockets. Debs 1905. The weakness of U.S. trade union leadership has been a complaint of radicals, and even many who were not so radical, for almost a century. Many of the criticisms from radicals in the 19,203 or those who were to form the CIO leadership in the mid-19,308 have a familiar ring today. 77. For example, William Z. Foster, in his classic pamphlet, The Bankruptcy 0F the American Labor Movement, 1922, writes, with almost unfailing regularity those nations with developed industrial systems also have well-developed labor movements, and those that are backward industrially are also backward in working-class organization. The one glaring exception is the United States. Among the causes, according to Foster, are the union leaders. The prevailing type of American labor leadership is a sore affliction upon the working class. Our higher officialdom swarms with standpatters and reactionaries such as would not be tolerated in any other country. Mr. Gompers himself personifies the breed. He is the arch-reactionary, the idol of all the holdbacks in the labor movement. In many respects he is even more reactionary than the very capitalists themselves. Ibid. pp. 13-14. Workers in even the strongest industrial unions with strong contracts are plagued with problems of business unionism unheard of in most European countries. Point 8. The UMW, for example, continues to lose leverage in dealing with the coal companies by refusing to organize the growing number of strip miners. Other unions, like those in construction, which often are unwilling to aid. The term, business unionism, most assuredly originates in the United States, the country to which it finds most ready application. Whether Hyman, 1973, is right in attributing the term to Hoxie is uncertain, for it was in common use before the publication of Hoxie's book on trade unions in 1915, reprinted 1966. The usage, however, has varied. Hoxie uses the term to refer to what many call pure and simple trade unionism as opposed to either class or revolutionary unionism. Business unionism is essentially trade consciousness rather than class consciousness. That is to say, it expresses the viewpoint and interests of the workers in a craft or industry rather than those of the working class as a whole. It aims chiefly at more, here and now, for the organized workers of the craft or industry, in terms mainly of higher wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions, regardless for the most part of the welfare of the workers outside the particular organic group, and regardless in general of political and social considerations, except in so far as these bear directly upon its own economic ends. It is conservative in the sense that it professes belief in natural rights, and accepts as inevitable, if not as just, the existing capitalistic organization, the wage system, as well as existing property rights and the binding force of contract. It regards unionism mainly as a bargaining institution. 1966, page 45. This view of business unionism is shared by Debs, 1921, who calls it the old unionism, contrasting it with the revolutionary industrial unionism of the IWW. Daniel de Leon, 1921, put forth a similar view in 1919. With the establishment of industrial unionism, a derivative usage developed, which distinguished business unionism from pure and simple unionism. This refers to business unionism as the literal running of a union as a business. Lenz, 1949, 1959, adopts this usage. There are two manners of running a union as a business. One is the concern for the union primarily as a solvent financial organization, seeing it as a dues collection organization whose major function is to preserve its income, not deplete its resources unnecessarily. Such a stance may mean the avoidance of strikes, careful investment of funds, even alliances with employers to preserve its solvency. If the preservation of the business union requires the bureaucratic domination of the membership, the submergence of the rights of the rank and file whose desires and goals might present organizational risks, then so be it. The second perspective involves, not merely the treatment of the union as a business by the leaders, but its operation as a business for their own personal aggrandizement, involving high salaries, expense accounts, and occasional swindles and money on the side. Here one sees the willingness to sacrifice even the business interests of the union for the personal finances of its leaders. Gangster-dominated unions are, of course, a subset of this type of business union. None of these forms is pure. Even a gangster-dominated union must occasionally defend the interests of its members. When I refer to business unionism in this essay, I use the term as Lenz does, in the sense of running a union as a business. Organized residential construction workers have until recently seemed content to rule over a shrinking base. Most industrial unions fail to take a strong stand against the subcontracting of their work or for transfer rights for their members when plants close. Thus even a number of strong unions in this country fail to make efforts to stem loss of membership and bargaining lever. Age. In other developed countries, such failures are less frequent and acceptable. To these weaknesses, we must add certain characteristics that are somewhat unique to U.S. labor unions. They are the only ones whose top leadership are virtually all pro-capitalist. 9. Furthermore, while the extent of corruption and gangsterism in certain unions in this country is greatly exaggerated by the mass media and by politicians, it does indeed exist. This phenomenon is almost unknown in other developed capitalist countries. 10. Union leadership in this country is considerably weaker than in other developed countries. These weaknesses seem to have grown in the last few decades, yet this is difficult to prove in a rigorous manner. Thus, again, while the weaknesses are sharp, the decline, to the degree it has occurred, is less than momentous. 9. There are, of course, some notable exceptions like the IAMs. Winpeisinger and various of the UAW tops who are members of the Democratic Socialists of America, DSA. But these are the exceptions that prove the rule. As noted in The Economist, certainly not a pro-labor publication, in an article dated the 17th of November 1979, the American labor movement can be forgiven for thinking that life is unfair. Compared with its brethren on the other side of the Atlantic, it is the most pro-private enterprise of the lot. American Union busting, page 1. Proston also has some sarcastic remarks on the subject. American business appears clearly unhappy about the continued existence of a labor movement that generally endorses capitalism, a courtesy unlikely to be extended to these or other companies operating in other Western countries. 1978, page 243. Montgomery, 1979, sees a growing tendency among union tops to adopt moderate social democratic stances, a tendency he attributes to the increasing failure of traditional reformist approaches to collective bargaining in this country. 10. While many people believe that there are gangster-dominated unions in Italy, experts on Italian labor assure me that this is not the case. In this country, there has, of course, been long-standing public exposure of the corruption and gangsterism that is widespread in the Teamsters Union. Information on another union, the hotel and restaurant employees union, may be gleaned from testimony before the Committee on Government Affairs of the U.S. Senate, 1982. Recent investigations of UAW Region 4, Illinois, Iowa, and part of Wisconsin suggest corruption among several previous regional directors. Freeman and Medoff, 1984b, also mention the ILU, East Coast Longshoremen, and the building trades. Such corruption is not new, but neither is it necessarily permanent. The Fur and Leather Workers Union, for example, was completely gangster-dominated until the late 1908 when members elected communists to the leadership and drove the gangsters out. See Foner 1950. Union busting. All evidence points to the fact that union busting by major U.S. businesses has risen greatly during the 19,703. This phenomenon represents a weakness of organized labor vis-a-vis the capitalists in this country, without parallel in other developed countries. The initial resistance of General Motors to UAW organizing in its new plants in the South, while the UAW represented virtually all other GM production workers in the United States, would be unheard of in Western Europe. The opposition of employers to unions in this country is not disputed by any serious commentators. It is acknowledged, even by Dunlop, 1980, who naturally desires it to change. Anti-union activities by employers have risen dramatically over the last several decades. The inability of unions to stem the use of these tactics by political or other means is another reflection of their gradual decline in strength. Certain components of this heightened employer resistance are worth mentioning here. Many of the particulars will be discussed in more detail later. Contrary to popular belief, many employers have never given up such tactics as blacklists, the hiring of armed thugs, and the use of other forms of violence. It is debatable, however, whether these weapons have been employed significantly more often during the past period of growing anti-union activity, although some argue that they have. 11. Other tactics, however, have sharply risen during past decades. Certain of them register in NLRB statistics. Among them are 1. The almost twofold increase during the 19,705 of unfair labor charges against employers by the NLRB. 2. The growing number of election delays by employers in the holding of certification elections, Proston 1978. Hook 1982. Virtually all commentators agree that such delays make it more difficult for a union to become successfully certified as a bargaining agent. 3. The rising number of decertification elections, see Table 10. Though the volume of decertifications, as the AF-LCIO 11. McConville, 1975, 1980, presents this argument forcefully. Commonplace are stories like the one from Battle Creek, Michigan, where the management consulting firm of Knuckles, Inc. showed up in a caravan with the Scabs and Karstens and got out of their cars and unstrapped their 455 inches, AFL-CIO. Rub. No. 38, page 6. Table 10. Decertification. Election. Results. 1968 to 1984. Number. Percentage workers. Year. Elections 1. Eligible. Retained. Lost 1968-239-83 34.7 15,554 10,754 804 1969 293 99 33.8 21,771 12,422 9 349 1970 301 91 30.2 20,344 11,786 8,558 1971 400 1,122 30.4 20,726 9,953 10,773 1972 451,134 29.7 20,790 10,762 10,028 1973 453,138 30.5 20,007 9,913 10,094 1974 490,000 152 31.0 24,697 13,227 11 470 1975 516 137 26.623 817 9 968 13 849 1976 611 166 27.228 426 13 123 15 303 1977 174 2916 79 3213 8325 489 1977 849 204 24.041 85019 45222 398 1978 807 213 26.439 55519 69119 884 1979 777 194 25.039 53817 45022 088 1980 902 246 27.342 78121 53221 249 198 1856 215 25.145 40617 89927 257 19821 869 208 24.139 13817 11022 028 19831 922 235 25.433 34114 71423 656 19841 874 207 23.737 80113 75924 042L years after 1981 are calculated from NLRB raw data tapes. Figures may differ from final NLRB results by as much as several tenths of a percent due to different methods of cleaning and analyzing the data. Source: material for 1968 to 81 is from NLRB annual reports by fiscal year. Years until 1977 are from 30 June of previous year to 30 June of current year. 1977A is the transitional quarter. Years 1977 on are from 30 Sept. of previous year until 30 Sept. of current year. Clearly points out, 12 does not affect a significant percentage of the members of organized labor. It is not a positive sign for unions. Both the increasing degree of success by employers in these elections and the growing frequency with which they occur render them one more powerful weapon in the employer arsenal. Thus, the sanguine view of Dunlop that employer hostility to unions may be moderating would seem largely misplaced. We may conclude that the growing anti-union tactics of employers display a certain weakness of U.S. unions and a serious threat to their long-term strength, and are potentially even the cause of a future drastic decline. 12. See the October 1982 issue of the AFL-CIO Statistical and Tactical Information Report. Conclusion: although trade unions in this country have won important legislative gains, increased their absolute membership steadily during the decades prior to the late 19,703, begun large-scale organizing of public employees, have a high rate of strike militancy, and in certain cases have won strong collective bar gaining contracts, they must be regarded as weak in comparison to their counterparts in other developed capitalist countries. Their weakness is especially evident in their low rates of penetration, their small legislative influence, their inability to extend their organizing, particularly in the private sector, their unwillingness or inability to break out of concession bargaining, the breakup of formerly stable collective bargaining patterns, and their weaknesses in resisting the increased anti-union drives by their employees. Thus, those who portray U.S. unions as strong, rather than weak, especially in comparison to unions in other capitalist countries, are certainly mistaken. Even on their own terms, U.S. unions have declined in economic strength and political influence over the last several decades, by their own terms. I mean their lack of radicalism and supposed commitment to bread and butter unionism. This decline is especially evident in the falling union density, their loss in absolute numbers in the private sector, and their decreasing percentage of victories in NLRB union certification elections. These declines, however, seem to have been relatively steady from the mid-1950s to the present. The same steady decline also appears to have taken place in legislative influence, public opinion polls, and the union's inability to beat back the current wave of union busting. The special responsibility of the Reagan administration labor policies for the plight of unions is not very convincing. It is certainly true that these policies are more overtly anti-union than those of any administration since Herbert Hoover's, 1928-32. Their effects, however, are completely entangled with the sharp economic recession and the resulting high unemployment that would certainly have found unions on the defensive, even were Jimmy Carter or a more liberal, pro-labor, Democrat in office. Further, few of the problems of unions under Reagan began in the 19,803. Virtually all can be understood, explained, and extrapolated from trends that have been developing for decades. We do not seem to be witnessing a decline that has started or accelerated dramatically in the 1980s or even in the 19,708. Importance of this conclusion for our investigation is the following. If an accentuated decline is quite recent, then one will want to look at factors that are quite specific to the last decade or so. On the other hand, if the decline has been long-term, we will want to look not merely at recent factors, but at ones that started many decades ago or have continued to operate since that time. Part 2. The significance and meaning of union decline. For the significance of the trade union Dean. Introduction. Part 1 has sketched in some detail the relative weakness and several decades-long decline of trade unions in the United States. The full significance, however, of diminished union power in the society is not necessarily obvious. Skeptics might surely ask, so what? All sorts of organizations come and go as part of normal societal development. The 19th century. No, nothing in populist parties came and went as did the early 20th century. Bull, moose, party, wagon wheel makers and coopers are no more. The percentage of workers employed in agriculture has been diminishing for decades. The Boy Scouts grew rapidly, flourished, and may be declining. Perhaps the waning importance of trade unions in late 20th century. America is no more momentous. There are other skeptics who take an even more negative view. For these people, U.S. trade unions have always been, are now, or have recently become narrow special interest groups. For them, trade unions are merely corrupt organizations led by dictatorial, high-salaried leaders, sheltering overpaid, lazy, featherbedding workers whose low productivity and defense of outdated work rules hold back innovative technology, raising 57. Prices of both manufactured goods, e.g., cars, tires, steel, and appliances. And construction, homes, highways, and government buildings. If this be so, who needs them? Why not good riddance to bad rubbish? This chapter will attempt to address these and other questions concerning the significance of recent trade union decline. It is perhaps initially worth taking a brief look at certain perspectives that do not regard trade union weakness and decline as a loss to working people or society in general. There is, of course, a right-wing critique of trade unions. For many free market economists and other conservatives, unions are monopolies that hold back the efficient functioning of the free market, lowering profits, decreasing the total social goods for everyone, not to mention the profits of the very rich. Such a view was expressed in the 1908 Supreme Court decision in the Danbury Hatters case, where the Hat Workers Union was found guilty of restraining trade in their attempt to organize via boycott. Lowe's HATR naking firm based in Danbury, Connecticut. Conservatives have more recently asserted successfully in both the NLRB and the Supreme Court that many standard trade union activities are an unwarranted infringement on the rights of individual workers. Point 1. For those with such perspectives, the decline of union strength in American society may be a social blessing. Point 2. For many liberals, the claim of the trade union to wide societal support beyond its own ranks is based on its broad democratic, progressive character. Thus, its supposed autocratic structure and narrowed social vision, exemplified perhaps by its unwillingness to defend illegal Mexican workers and its lack of aggressiveness on minority and women's issues, weakens its legitimate claims to broad support and assistance. Radicals, as well as liberals, have cringed at the conservative nature of AFL-CIO foreign policy, often critical of Ronald Reagan from the right. 1. The economic arguments may be seen in various comments by Friedman, 1962. A good summary of the restraint of trade decisions of the Supreme Court may be found in Gregory and Katz, 1979. A milder view, claiming that trade unions hinder the efficient functioning of business and the mutual collaboration of workers and managers, is put forth by various industrial sociologists, for example, Mayo, 1960. This standpoint is also discussed by Cocken, 1980, pp. 10-11. The political arguments are a central thread running through dozens of major decisions by the Dotson-led NLRB from 1983 on. Among the useful summaries are those published in hearings before the House Subcommittee on Labor Management Relations, U.S. Congress 1985, including Gold's, pp. 82-90, Keynes, pp. 108-9, Clare's, pp. 773-82, and Levy's, pp. 598-630. 2. See Cause, 1983, for a neoliberal version of this argument. Union internationalism often is displayed only in support of right-wing patriots. Further along the political spectrum, there has been a traditional, left, critique of trade unions, put forth by various anarchists, whose influence in the labor movement internationally was especially strong until the early 20th century. These views emphasize the degree of entwinement, or collaboration, of unions with the bosses, or capitalist managers, and the state. Most unions, by their acceptance of contracts, by their tacit or explicit recognition of managerial rights, accept the legitimacy of capitalism. They participate in and help legitimize the domination of capitalism over workers' lives. The role of unions is thus to stifle the revolutionary, anti-capitalist aspirations, desires, and experiences of workers. In short, trade unions under capitalism have always been or have now become obstacles to working-class struggle. These ideas were expressed by the early syndicalists, some of whom had substantial influence in their respective labor movements, the industrial workers of the world in the United States, the syndicalists who dominated the French labor movement until World War I, the Spanish anarchists whose influence lasted until the late 1930s. Anarchist and syndicalist ideas about unions gained brief popularity in the late 1905 and early 1908. Lotta Continua in Italy achieved relatively large size and support. In the United States, this trend was represented by several small groups including Facing Reality and Sojourner Truth, and partially by the much larger League of Revolutionary Black Workers in Detroit. From this standpoint, of course, few tears would be shed over the failing fortunes of U.S. unions. Another perspective, while less harsh in its evaluation of unions, sees the decline in membership, combativeness, strength, and influence as part of the natural evolution of industrial or post-industrial society. This view, as argued by Bell, 1960, Lipset, 1960, Rawson, Hartman, 1960, and Kerr, Dunlop, Harbison, and Myers, 1960, asserts that class cleavages, organizations, and conflict are the product of early capitalism. Initial industrialization creates deprivation and inhumane conditions for the workers who fuel its growth. As industrialization progresses, however, conditions become more tolerable and consumer goods of all types, whether food, housing, clothes, transportation, or leisure articles, become widely available. Working hours shorten and living standards, as measured by life expectancy, health, and education, rise. As workers become more integrated into a homogenized middle class, their militancy and their organizations of struggle decline. All this is part of the natural development of capitalism, an inversion of Marx's scenario of growing class polarization. From all these quarters, the current decline of U.S. unions may not be viewed as a problem at all but rather as a sign of social progress and social development. But each of the above characterizations is in part false. To applaud the decline would indeed be short-sighted. All these views err in their one-sidedness. The significance of U.S. trade union decline and its traditional weakness cannot be evaluated without first comprehending the role and the contradictory nature of trade unions in capitalist societies. In order to deal with these underpinnings, this chapter takes something of a diversion. Its purpose is to place the question of trade union decline in a deeper theoretical context. Point 3. The nature of trade unions under capitalism. Capitalism is characterized by, among other things, the existence of two classes of people. There are on the one hand capitalists, who own the means of production and other enterprises, mines, manufacturing, banks, services, etc., referred to by Marx as private property. There are on the other hand workers, who own no means of employment, though they may own varying degrees of personal property. Although there may be other classes and strata, among whom are counted small businessmen, independent professionals including doctors and lawyers, gentlemen farmers, idle rich, college students, and beggars, it is the activities of capitalists and workers that determine and reflect the basic dynamics of capitalist society per se. Business, the institutional reflection of the capitalists, buys raw materials, additional instruments of production, and labor power, by the hour, week, or month. Point 4. Products are produced. 3. My understanding of U.S. unions and trade unions in general draws on a number of sources, including my own years of trade union activity. In addition, I draw heavily on the writings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky, as well as the works of many non-Marxist theorists including the Webbs, Commons, Perlman, Hoxie, and Dunlop. Of special importance have been the writings of Antonio Gramsci and Richard Hyman. The latter is one of the most astute theorists writing about unions today. 4. Marx insisted that the distinction between labor and labor power was the key to understanding capitalism. I have followed his terminological usage here. And sold by capitalists for a profit. Capitalism is characterized not merely by the distribution of means of production between the few that own them and those that do not. It is also characterized by the pervasiveness of its commodity markets in raw material, means of production, final products, and ultimately in labor power itself. Workers confront capitalists in the labor market formally as equals. They are sellers, as both neoclassical economics and its philosophical reflection in modern contract theory spell out, and as subordinates in the production process. In the early stages of capitalist development, the capitalists have a distinct and overwhelming advantage over the workers in the labor market as well as in the sphere of production. The workers, existing in large numbers, must compete as individuals with one another to earn their livelihood. They must sell their labor power for whatever terms the capitalist, their employer, offers. If they do not like the terms, another hungry worker is there to take their place. This competition among individual workers allowed the early capitalists to increase the hours of work to the laborer's physical limits, often to 14 or more hours a day, raising the intensity of labor to the breaking point, lowering the pay, or price of labor power, to the bare minimum necessary for survival. Men, women, and children were forced by necessity to earn their daily bread under terrible conditions. In England, Marx describes the creation of a short-lived, starving, physically deformed, by hard work and limited job motions. Race of workers. 5. A similar process is presently visible in parts of South Africa, where the primitive exploitative conditions of early capitalism are combined with cruel forms of national oppression and political domination, exemplified by the slave-like conditions, perhaps unique in the world today, forced upon the migrant African mineworkers, Magubane 1979. Labor refers to the actual exertion of the laborer doing work. What the capitalist buys is not a certain amount of exertion by the worker, but the use of his or her energies for a certain amount of time. If the capitalist is able to work the laborers hard and productively, he may make a profit. Even if the work is unproductive, however, and there is no profit, the capitalist still must pay for the labor power, or potential labor, that he bought. Marx's use of this distinction first appears in the Grundrisse, 1973, and is used throughout. Capital, 1977. Engels explains the importance of this distinction and its role in Marx's Economic Analysis, Marx and Engels 1968, pp. 65-70. 5. For the conditions of workers under early capitalism, see, for example, Marx's lengthy discussion in Volume 1 of Capital, 1977, Engels, 1968, Dobb, 1963, and Hobsbawm, 1967, pp. 75-140. Trade union organization was originally a response to these conditions of early capitalism. Such organizations emerge virtually everywhere that capitalism develops. One might say they are a natural development. Even where they are banned and violently repressed, as in South Africa, they often succeed not only in organizing, but in forcing their recognition. McShane, Plant, and Ward, 1984. Trade unions are organized to limit the self-destructive competition among individual workers and thereby to gain for them elementary dignity and living conditions, in the form of higher wages, less intense work, and eventually, the establishment of a shorter workweek. As trade unions became stronger in the more developed capitalist countries, they gained influence in the political arena, broadening the electoral franchise, outlawing child labor, and establishing national limits on the legal length of the workday, first at 10, then eventually at 8 hours. Thus trade unions are formed under capitalism to gather the collective strength of the workers, whose only power in bargaining with their employers and influencing the state is in their unified numbers. Inherent, necessity of conflict between workers and employers. A number of questions and arguments arise about the role that these elementary workers' organizations play. One such dispute involves the degree to which conflict between labor and management under capitalism is inherent in the nature of their relationship. Current orthodoxy. Current orthodoxy in industrial relations studies in this country and in Britain sees no inherent conflict of interest between workers and capitalists. J. R. Hicks, 1963, for example, views wages as largely determined by the market. Lowering wages below market value would create adverse effects in terms of lowered efficiency and disgruntled, incooperative employees whether workers were organized in a union or not. Although Hicks does not express the strong anti-union sentiments of the right, he does argue that strikes are in general unnecessary, usually the result of faulty judgment or lack of skill on the part of the bargainers. 1963, page 146. Modern pluralists, whose views dominate industrial relations research in Britain as well as in the United States, accept the necessity of strikes and conflict, although they see no inherent opposition in fundamental interests. Strikes are a normal part of the bargaining process, often involving tests of strength. Mature bargainers, however, although they cannot totally eliminate conflict, can certainly minimize it. 6. These views, while containing valid perceptions and elements of truth, are, in my opinion, wrong in their fundamental assumptions. A more balanced, realistic, and accurate view is contained in the Marxist approach to labor conflict. The Marxist view of labor conflict. Institutionalists and other orthodox pluralist writers make an unquestioned normative assumption. They assert that stable and orderly relations between workers and capitalists are both normal and desirable. They assume that there exists or can exist a stable set of labor management relations where the basic needs of both capitalists and workers may be met. They fail to comprehend that the structure of ownership and control of industry and the nature of the labor market creates an inherent source of irreconcilable conflict between workers and their employers. On the most elementary level, the strivings of workers, their grievances, aspirations, their desire for a better life, of which wages and working conditions are a part, which they naturally seek, confront the capitalist as a cost, diminishing his profits. That he quite naturally resists. The pressure of competition under capitalism forces capitalists, even were they to feel personally benevolent and magnanimous toward their employees, to economize their labor costs. All other things being equal, they desire lower rather than higher wages, more production out of fewer workers. These competitive pressures confront them, as current international market pressures on U.S. business serve to underscore, as imperatives behind which lurks the threat of bankruptcy and extinction. These pressures provide the impetus both for the technological advances of capitalism, particularly in its for a useful critique of industrial relations pluralism in Britain with extensive references, see Goldthorpe, Lockwood, Beckhofer, and Platt, 1974. See also Hyman, 1982. Ingham, 1974. Perhaps occupies a middle ground in this debate, seeing conflict as inherent but diminished, as it becomes managed. When it is institutionalized in highly developed forms of collective bargaining. Early stages, and for the continuous instability and insecurity of a large part of the working population. As I.R. Hicks, 1963, and, more recently, Sabel, 1982, note, there are limits to the degree to which an individual capitalist or even capitalists as a whole can resist the demands of workers before their employees become completely uncooperative, unproductive, or even physically and culturally unable to perform their work. Still, the range of this floor is wide. As Marx notes explicitly in Capital, this bottom limit, the subsistence level, is socially determined, a product of continuous struggle between the classes of workers and capitalists. Thus conflict exists, sometimes acute, more often subdued, informal, implicit. This conflict takes place not merely between unions and management as sellers and buyers in the labor market over the terms for their sale of labor power, i.e., over wages and terms of employment. It also takes place continually between workers and their supervisors over a variety of workplace conditions, rules, and patterns of behavior. Although there are often lengthy periods of seeming acceptance of management rights, prerogatives, and directives, these are at best partial and temporary. This acceptance, however, contrary to those more anarchist views that posit continual struggle and conflict, is real and based upon key aspects of production relations under capitalism. Management's role in production itself is contradictory. Management, especially in a large enterprise, plays an indispensable organizing role in production, a role that workers as producers recognize and, in general, accept. On the other hand, management plays the role of guardian of the capitalist's profits, getting more work out of fewer workers for less money. And it is here, in the arena of what Richard Hyman, 1975, refers to as the frontier of control, that a frequent struggle takes place between workers and management. Marxists, unlike anarchists, thus want to understand the basis of consent as well as the basis for conflict in any particular situation. Unlike the pluralists, however, Marxists tend to target workers' self-activity, self-organization, class struggle, and the existence of the organizational forms in which these struggles are embodied. This contradictory, inherently conflictual relationship between workers and capitalists provides, as I shall argue shortly, a basis for understanding the significance of U.S. trade union decline. The above analysis should also serve to underscore the degree to which the decline itself can only be understood in the context of battles between workers and capitalists. These battles, which help determine the fate of unions, include not merely the day-to-day skirmishes mentioned above, but also the major class offensives and retreats on the part of workers and their organizations and on the part of capitalists and their organizations. I shall return to these points later. Contradictory nature of trade unions. It is within the vortex of continual conflict and compromise in the sphere of production and the competition for the sale of labor power on the market that an understanding of modern trade unions must be rooted. It is important to note that the terms of this conflict and compromise differ at various stages of trade union development. In understanding the present stage, it is useful to understand the earlier ones. Early trade unions. As labor historians and economists have noted, early trade unions became organized and gained members with economic prosperity. With the coming of the downside of the business cycle, trade unions were crushed by the employers or lost significant numbers of their membership. This phenomenon is noted for Europe by Hobsbawm, 1967, and for the United States by Commons and his colleagues, 1918-1958. The Commons School argue forcefully that union growth and decline is directly related to the business cycle. They provide graphs of wholesale prices, which they argue are the key indicators of the business cycle, from 1820 to 1908, whose peaks correspond with upsurges of union organization. Each upward turn of the curve of prices points to a period of business prosperity, each pinnacle is a commercial crisis, and each downward bend is an index of industrial depression. During a time when the level of prices is rising, employers generally are making profits, are multiplying sales, are enlarging their capital, are running full-time and overtime, are calling for more labor, and are able to pay higher wages. On the other hand, the cost of living and the hours of labor are increased, and workmen, first as individuals, then as organizations, are impelled to demand both higher wages and reduced hours. Consequently, after prices are well on the way upward, the labor movement emerges in the form of unions and strikes, and these are at first successful. Then the employers begin their counter-organization, and the courts are appealed to. The unions are sooner or later defeated, and when the period of depression ensues, with its widespread unemployment, the labor movement either subsides or changes its form to political or socialist agitation, to ventures in cooperation or communism, or to other panaceas. This cycle has been consistently repeated, although with varying shades and details. Commons et al., 1958, pp. 19-20. See also Commons et al., 1918, pp. 3-21. Trade union illegality. One important underlying reason for the wide fluctuations in early trade union membership and for their lack of stability was that they were often illegal, generally not fully recognized by the employers. The early stages of capitalism have all been characterized by what I call trade union illegality. Trade union illegality is a de facto state based on the unwillingness of companies and the government to accept fully the rights of workers to be represented collectively by an organization of their own, whatever the extent of de jure trade union rights. Under conditions of trade union illegality, not only do the laws make it difficult for unions to function, but even illegal actions against them by the companies are often overlooked by the government. These illegal activities by the capitalists are accepted because unions are de facto illegal. Periods of trade union illegality have existed in the early phases of capitalist development in all major capitalist countries and continue to exist today in many places. In some countries, at certain times, the demanding of trade union rights by workers, the right to organize, the right to bargain collectively, the right to be dealt with in a legal, non-arbitrary manner by the employer, the right to strike, have been insurrectionary demands. This was certainly the case in Nazi Germany, under fascism, in Portugal and Spain, in Bolivia during the 19,505, and in Chile, Brazil, and Paraguay during the mid-19,805, to name but a few examples. Trade union illegality existed in the United States during the 19th and well into the 20th centuries. Through much of the 19th century, membership in trade unions and participation in strikes were often grounds for being charged with criminal conspiracy. Trade unions had only semi-legal existence. Thus, Chicago labor leaders were convicted and hanged after the Haymarket Affair of 1886. Eugene Debs's American Railway Union was bloodily suppressed in 1894. Labor leaders were tried for conspiracy and sedition during World War I, and striking steelworkers at Republic came victims of the Chicago police in the Memorial Day Massacre of 1937, almost 2 years after the passage of the National Labor Relations Act. U.S. trade union illegality has been characterized by the extensive use of company-employed private police forces, from the infamous Pinkertons to the coal company police that so successfully kept unions out of the coalfields in the 19,205, to Henry F. Ford's private army of spies and thugs who served to intimidate workers at the huge River Rouge Ford complex until the UAW victory in 1941.7. Under conditions of trade union illegality, struggles are often quite intense. Organizational survival, even the livelihoods of many leaders and activists are at stake. Possibilities for class collaboration and trade union narrowness, i.e., narrow interest group activity, are more limited. Workers and their unions are more willing to ally themselves with and take support from radical groups. Despite the revolutionary overtones that the simple demand for trade union recognition takes on at certain times and places, even during the early periods of trade union development, one may trace a certain narrowness. Marx took due note of this characteristic of trade unions even during the period when he was most optimistic about their anti-capitalist potential. Initial view of Marx. Marx, like the modern institutionalists and other contemporary pluralists, noted the narrow basis on which most 19th-century unions were formed. The foremost reason was often for the protection of the wages that were depressed by the competition among workers. The limited aims of workers for the best wages and conditions in their work unit, factory, craft, or area were often pursued in conflict with similar goals of workers in other areas or occupations. Trade unions, as Marx saw them, often became too exclusively bent upon the local and immediate struggles with capital, 1974, page 91. One can, of course, still see this narrowness today, as unions refuse to support each other's struggles, give mere lip service to the fight. 7. For general information about organized repression by corporations, see Boyer and Maurice, 1970, and Goldstein, 1978. For descriptions of Ford's 8,000-member service department, see Price, 1964, and Meyer and Rudwick, 1979. For survival of Patco or the British miners, and even at times cross each other's picket lines. Yet trade unions also have, according to Marx, an implicitly broader class basis. They serve not merely as organizations in the guerrilla fights between capital and labor, but as organizing centers in the struggle for complete emancipation, 1974, pp. 91-92. There are several reasons for this. Not the least of these is the confidence and increased fighting capacity that trade union struggles give workers as a class. Indeed, their challenge to the rights and free reign of capital is recognized by business even under the most collaborative arrangements, as previously existed in the United States. Ultimately, however, the narrow struggles of most workers could not be successful without mutual support and a broad class program uniting other sectors of the population. Although Marx viewed this trade union activity as central to the revolutionary mission of the working class, he did not regard it as sufficient. Even in many of his earlier writings, he argued for the necessity of a workers' party that would represent the broader, more emancipatory, class interests of the workers. 1972b. Periodization of trade union development. There are many theories about trade union development. Some very narrowly focus on the United States and posit stages of development from broad class unions, like the Knights of Labor and the industrial workers of the world, to craft unions to industrial unions. Others suggest the development of trade union organization from early more militant forms to more mature, peaceful forms, Golden and Ruttenberg 1942, Lester 1958, or even to their decline and demise, Bell 1960, Lipset 1960, Kerr et al. 1960. Other theories look at the cycles of trade union growth, tying it to periods of social upheavals, I. Bernstein 1954a, 1954b, Dunlop 1948, or to the economic business cycle, Commons et al. 1958, Ashenfelter and Pencavel 1969, Bain and Elsheet 1976. These theories, whether they posit cyclical, linear, or trajectory patterns of development, are united in their failure to identify the most important watershed in trade union functioning, the attainment of trade union legality. Thing that will ultimately be fought and struggled over again and again, see Rubin, Wallace, and Griffith 1983 for a thoughtful discussion of some of these issues. Trade union legality. The acceptance of trade union legality marks a major change in the day-to-day relations between workers and capitalists. The establishment of the NLRB in 1935 was a legal turning point in the history of labor-capital relations in this country. It reflected the emerging recognition by the government and major capitalists in the United States that trade unions were legitimate institutions. The establishment of the NLRB was the product of large-scale social unrest in general and of intense struggles by the working class in this country. Goldfield 1985a. This de jure recognition of trade union rights was not yet, but only the beginning of, the de facto recognition of trade union legality in major industrial areas of the USA. I use the term, trade union legality, to describe the general acceptance by both employers and employees, through their unions, of a certain degree of orderliness in their relations, involving both rights and obligations. The capitalist recognizes the union, bargains with it, and accepts grievance claims. The union guarantees that its members respect their contractual obligations, including the foregoing of the right to strike over every grievance. Trade union legality is related to, although not coincident with, the labor laws that govern labor-capitalist relations. This distinction is important. There may be laws that ensure trade union rights in a country, yet parts of the country or certain industrial sectors where the employers do not recognize trade union legality. The inverse has also occasionally happened, although it is somewhat less common. 8. The CIO period, roughly 1937 to 41, the period of organizing basic industry, marked the general acceptance of trade union legality by U.S. capitalists. In order for capitalists to accept trade union legality, trade unions must be organized on a national scale with demonstrated power to disrupt major sectors of the economy. The acceptance of trade union legality, however, is A8. I rely heavily on Antonio Gramsci's insights in his 1919-20 articles from the Italian weekly journal, Ordine Nuovo, especially Unions and Councils 2, 12. June 1920, where he discusses the industrial, legal order, c. Gramsci 1968. Compromise between workers, through their unions, and the capitalists. The capitalists provide organizational stability for the union and consequently some consistency in wages and benefits, the price of labor power, and working conditions. The unions restrain the disruptive tendencies of the workforce and help the capitalists discipline the workforce in varying ways. The contradictory nature of trade unions arises from their dual role as joint upholders of the class compromise of trade union legality. The industrial legal order, as Gramsci calls it, and as the representative of the trade union demands of their members. This structure of ambivalence pervades the union hierarchy from top to bottom, albeit in different ways. Even without no strike clauses and involvement in the punitive discipline of workers, which weighs the compromise even more heavily on the side of the capitalists, the union must attend to the interests of the company. The national leadership must know the reservation price of the company, both for normal bargaining situations and for strike confrontations, e.g., at contract times, being sure not to raise the stakes so high as to precipitate a fight to the death. Accommodating leaderships aim much lower, often not to offend at all. Industrial legality requires the maintenance of the goodwill of the employer and the state by the unions. At the local level, even the most militant shop steward is affected by this compromise. Aggressive stewards with organized constituents can often gain more for their members than passive leaders. Yet even the militant steward knows or comes to know that there is a line somewhere, no matter how vague its exact location, beyond which the company will give in on nothing and will quickly respond with repression, often in alliance with local and even national union officials. In most such situations, few constituents will feel that their representatives are doing their job. This line, of course, may drastically change its location depending on the militancy of the national union, the degree of broader support, and the general level of working-class turbulence, but it is always there. The winning of trade union legality is a highly positive, yet contradictory, victory for workers. It undoubtedly gains them more strength in the labor market, where their greater numbers allow them to obtain better terms in the sale of their labor power. Tants, as officials occasionally wink at their behavior, but more often, even as these union leaders faithfully fulfill their roles in containing, frustrating, and disciplining working-class struggle. Conservative trends. On the other hand, trade union legality accelerates a number of conservative trends already inherent in its narrow explicit purposes. In the United States, where socialist, vision and purpose are lacking, the collaborative relations over which union leaders preside set the stage for cynicism and corruption. What is most surprising is not that there is corruption, but how little there is. 9. These tendencies have been analyzed by a number of theorists. C. Wright Mills, 1948, prophetically, even if highly exaggeratedly, described the growing bureaucratization of the post-World War II union leadership and their close entwinement with the capitalist managers. What the pluralists describe as maturity, Mills describes as an anti-democratic conspiracy. Cooperative relations between business and labor are rooted in the desire for peace and stability on the part of businessmen, labor leaders, and political officials. This conspiracy does not include the extremists in any of the camps. Stabilization requires further bureaucratization of business enterprise and labor union. Given present industrial arrangements, it also involves amalgamating the union bureaucracy with the corporations. If the union is efficient, the workers' gripes will, if necessary, go on up the union and company hierarchies. This is the power of the arrangement and its mechanics from the worker's point of view. But for something gained, something must be given. 1948, pp. 223-24. What is given up, according to Mills, is the democratic responsibility of the union leaders, including the stewards, to the rank and file who elected them. Rather, they have become whips to maintain labor discipline. These anti-democratic, highly conservative trends have been of special interest to many Marxists. Lenin, for example, identified factors that tended to make labor unions in economically developed capitalist countries more conservative. He attributed much of the conservatism of various labor movements to the 9. C. Freeman and Medoff, 1984b, pp. 213-17. See also AFL-CIO comparative bonding figures reported in issue number 1, November 1980, of its Statistical Information Report. Disproportionate influence of a stratum of workers and officials whom he dubbed, following Marx and Engels, the labor aristocracy. This stratum, according to Lenin, had two components. First, there was a small layer of privilege, usually skilled, workers who received cultural and economic privileges from the superprofits that their countries gained from less developed countries abroad. Second, there was a stratum of labor leaders, administrators, journalists, and others with strong ties to the non-working class world of politicians, publishers, cultural figures, and so on. The relationships and privileges that this grouping within the labor movement enjoyed were in substance a bribe for its general support of capitalism and capitalist interests abroad. According to Lenin, the labor aristocracy was both a base for conservative forces within the labor movement and the breeding ground for the pro-capitalist leadership of the labor movement as a whole. The labor aristocracy had real strength within the labor movement both because of its, largely informal, ties to the capitalists and the state and because it was much more highly organized than other groupings within the unions. Inverting the traditional anti-communist analysis, one might call the labor aristocracy the real anti-democratic subversives. All who have looked for privileged strata and opportunist, pro-capitalist labor leaders within the U.S. labor movement have not been disappointed in their search. And it has not escaped the notice of many who see merit in Lenin's analysis that the richest, most developed capitalist country in the world should have the largest, best organized labor aristocracy. Leon Trotsky presents an analysis that is an extension of Lenin's. Like Lenin, Trotsky saw various structural obstacles to the development of revolutionary class consciousness among workers and of independent class organization. Thus he argues against the French syndicalists. Were the proletarians as a whole capable of grasping its historical task immediately, it would need neither party nor trade union. Revolution would be born simultaneously with the proletariat. But in actuality the process by which the proletariat gains an insight into its historic mission is very long and painful. Trotsky, 1923-37, 1969, page 8. Trotsky argues that trade unions are expressive of the top layers of the proletariat. In periods of acute class struggle, the leading bodies of the trade unions aim to become masters of the mass movements in order to render it harmless. This is already occurring during the period of simple strikes, especially in the case of the mass sit-down strikes which shake the principle of bourgeois property. 1969, page 60. Thus trade unions have natural tendencies toward conservatism. These tendencies, according to Trotsky, are accelerated with the growth of monopoly. Trade unions tend to become more and more subordinate to the bourgeois state. Monopoly capitalism does not rest on competition and free enterprise initiative but on centralized command. The capitalist cliques at the head of the mighty trusts, syndicates, banking consortiums, etc., view economic life from the same heights as does state power, and they require at every step the collaboration of the latter. In their turn, the trade unions in the most important branches of industry find themselves deprived of the possibility of profiting by competition among the different enterprises. They have to confront a centralized capitalist adversary, intimately bound up with state power. Hence flows the need of the trade unions, insofar as they remain on reformist positions, i.e., on positions of adapting themselves to private property, to adapt themselves to the capitalist state and to contend for its cooperation. In the eyes of the bureaucracy of the trade union movement, the chief task lies in freeing the state from the embrace of capitalism, in weakening its dependence on the trusts, in pulling it over to their side. This position is in complete harmony with the social position of the labor aristocracy and the labor bureaucracy, who fight for a crumb in the share of superprofits of imperialist capitalism. The labor bureaucrats do their level best in words and deeds to demonstrate to the democratic state how reliable and indispensable they are in peacetime and especially in time of war. Trotsky, 1969, page 69. These tendencies are in evidence to greater or lesser degrees in all economically developed capitalist countries. Thus, according to this argument, there are, in all these countries, numerous structural factors that lead to conservatism among trade union organizations. These include, according to Trotsky, the existence of the labor aristocracy, as described and analyzed by Lenin, the organization of the more privileged, hence more conservative layers of the working class disproportionately into trade unions, and the greater entwinement of the unions with the state. Radical trends. But there exists another pole in the contradictory nature of trade unions under capitalism. They are more than organizational bureaucracies that accept economic and organizational benefits. In return for enforcing workplace discipline and ensuring more or less political quiescence. In return for enforcing workplace discipline and ensuring more or less political quiescence. They are also democratically responsive, if not always controlled, organizations of struggle that must, if only in part, respond to the grievances, aspirations, and pent-up frustrations of their constituents. 10. Unions must thus occasionally engage in struggle, use tactics, and make demands that lie outside the previously agreed upon parameters of compromise. In times of crisis, these limits are sometimes grossly exceeded. The reason unions are often forced to play such a role, even occasionally against the desires of the leaders, is that union members never quite see the compromise embodying industrial legality in the same terms as do the leaders and the employers. The union is their organization. Its purpose is to represent their claims, to fight for them, not to hinder them by telling them what their employer wants. If the leaders are too far out of line, they can be removed. Ultimately, the leaders know this. In even the most corrupt unions, in even the most undemocratic, leaders must make some show of responsiveness, must help satisfy the demands of at least one part of their constituents. While the pressures of the employers are felt by the union leaders every day and those of the members only occasionally, the latter are ultimately decisive in the leaders keeping their positions. Further, it is the militancy of the workers, their fighting capacity, their ability to engage in broad struggles, to link up with workers in other industries and trades, that strengthens the union side of the class compromise. Unions and labor movements whose leaders and members forget this, as much of the U.S. labor unions have in past decades, weaken their position within the class compromise and may even lose recognition by the capitalists as participants with whom it is necessary to compromise. Even the most conservative, privileged craft unions tend, thus the saying that any union is better than no union. Even the most liberal employers often lack the simple sense of decency many times evinced by local leaders in even the most compromised unions. In 1980, at the University of Chicago, for example, an employee, several days after having been raped, showed disorientation and walked off the job. Local 743 of the Teamsters, an amalgamated local that has a reputation for neither militancy nor liberalism, successfully forced the University of Chicago, which first had fired the employee, later reinstating her merely as a new hire, to rehire this union member with her full seniority and pay for the time she was kept off the job. The university for a good while refused to budge on the case, even though their own rape counseling service testified that the victim was displaying normal reactions that were almost predictable. C. Lillian, 1980. Must succumb to these imperatives at times. The destruction of union strength in the construction trades during the 19,703 serves as a reminder of this point. Thus, while unions have many conservative, narrow interest-oriented tendencies, they also provide a certain framework for broader social struggles. Unions project, even if only embryonically at times, class cohesion, confidence, fighting capacity, and working class unity. When these characteristics are heightened in time of broad struggle and extended organization, all social movements of poor and oppressed people may gain. When they reach low levels, as in the United States today, these other constituents are usually less successful. To achieve certain broader goals, but even to defend their narrow economic interests in times of crisis, unions must reach out and ally themselves with other constituencies. Their success often depends on it. While their tendency to take up the interests of these other constituencies is neither natural nor inevitable, there is a certain logic to it. Their reliance on numerical strength for greater economic and political leverage suggests such a course. Their overlapping interests and need for unity. Most oppressed constituencies have representatives within the working class, e.g., non-whites, women, youth, or close ties to the working class. The unemployed, the physically disabled, often require it. The significance of present trade union decline. The above discussion, albeit of necessity somewhat abstract and perhaps seemingly distant from the current fate of trade unions, is in fact directly relevant to the questions posed at the beginning of the chapter. If one accepts the previous analysis, then one should view trade union development and growth as in some sense a natural development under capitalism. Its rises and falls are thus affected by the development of economic and social trends in a particular society. Hence, the present fate of U.S. unions may in part be a reflection of these trends. The decline of unions may be a sign that something fundamental is changing in the economic and social structure of the society at large. While the development of unions may be a natural product of capitalist development, their fate, however, is also the product of ongoing class struggles. Long weakening of unions in this country may also be a reflection of a fundamental shift in the relation of class forces, having deep impact on our politics as a whole. These explanations, of course, are not mutually exclusive. Both of them suggest fundamental changes in United States society. The political changes, whose significance few doubt, are already apparent. The decline in strength of trade unions, rather than clearing the way for wider reform struggles or broader, more radical forms of class organization, only strengthens the hand of the capitalists, disorganizing and demoralizing those who seek concessions from them or the state. But even though the political right and business interests are the main beneficiaries, capitalists and their free market exponents do not receive unqualified benefits. Union organization seems to be coincident with higher productivity, lower turnover, more efficient corporate practices, as well as many other social gains. 11. Nevertheless, in general, it is the majority of the population, particularly workers and various oppressed strata, who suffer the most from trade union decline. Diminished trade union organization gives a freer hand to the capitalists. It leads to declines in real wages and working conditions, to increased capital mobility, decreases in social welfare benefits, losses of civil rights and civil liberties, and more social inequality. Rather than opening the way for broader forms of activity, it leads to the demoralization of the working class, an upsurge of individualism, and the general loss of class identity. 12. What is paradoxical is that the arguments presented here would suggest that those U.S. Trade union leaders who have been the most cooperative in their relations with business and the state may bear a major responsibility for the current weakness of unions. Their accommodations in the form of long-term agreements, legalistic, slow grievance procedures, no strike clauses, increased recognition of management rights, and the acceptance of lessened local union representation in the workplace has helped pave the way for an accelerated pace of work increases in 11. C. Freeman N. Medoff, 1984a, pp. 162-80, and 1984b. 12. While trade unions often or potentially may play a broad progressive role, it would be foolish to argue that this is necessarily the case. Particularly when unions represent narrow, highly privileged groups, e.g., the present-day exclusively white trade unions in South Africa, they may more likely play an all-around reactionary role. Forced overtime, and more recently, lack of solidarity on the picket lines and lowered real wages. In not wanting to offend their management counterparts, most unions, during the post-World War II period have participated in the racial and sexual gentlemen's agreement. They have at best given only lip service to fighting discrimination against minorities and women, particularly in the workplace and in hiring. This orientation has played a key role in estranging unions from the upsurge of minorities, women, students, and anti-war protests of the 19,608, both weakening and deflating these movements and losing the full, enthusiastic support of valuable allies. The decline of trade unions casts a pall on the quality of life for the country as a whole in the short run and weakens the forces struggling for a better society in general. Value judgments, perhaps, but flowing from an analysis of the structural role of trade unions under capitalism in general and in U.S. society in particular. Thus, unlike the disappearance of wagon wheelmakers and coopers or the contraction in the number of small farmers, unlike the disappearance of the know-nothings, populists, and bull moosers, the fate of trade unions in the United States determines fundamental aspects of the society and its politics. 5. The components of union decline and the importance of new organizing. The importance of new union organizing. The previous chapter has suggested that the decline of U.S. trade union strength is extremely important, that it has had and will continue to have a major impact on U.S. politics and on society in general. If one is convinced of the importance of the phenomenon, then it is likely that one will want to know its causes. As the next chapter will describe, there are myriad theories and proffered explanations. Before examining these, however, it is helpful to narrow the focus of our inquiry. In this chapter, I will begin by arguing that a proper understanding of trade union decline must focus on the failures in new union organizing. In order to make this argument, we shall first look at the components of trade union growth and decline in the United States. One heuristic device for decomposing union growth is a simple accounting model, a stock flow model. The changes in union membership per year may be viewed as gains and losses. Changes in union membership equals gains, losses. This relationship may be represented more formally by the following identity. 78. 1. Ot equals 0 t plus 1 cent ood, 2 cents ood, where U equals union membership at time t. O equals the change in union membership from time t1 to time t. Ot equals the net number of workers organized into unions in the previous time period, workers organized into bargaining units minus those lost through decertification and attrition. 151 equals the rate of automatic increase in unionized jobs due to expansion of the workforce in union shops. And M equals the rate of automatic loss in unionized jobs due to layoffs, plant closures, runaway shops, and so on. A more extensive decomposition is indicated in Figure 7. If we let 2 cent equals cent 1 2 cents represent the total rate of loss of union jobs due to economic causes, then equation the first of may be rewritten, 3. Ot equals, but plus. OT equation the third of may also be written as 4. ADT equals pound equals cent underscore U, plus QE. LT, L, where ADT is the change in union density from time period T, 1 to time T, and lieutenant is the number of workers in the labor force at time T. As can be seen from equation 3, union membership remains constant if cent ood is equal to 0. In other words, union membership is stable if the net members lost due to economic factors are equal to the net members won through new organizing. In an economy where the workforce is increasing, however, a constant union membership will lead to a decreasing union density. This can be easily seen by transforming equation 4 with two new identities. 5. R equals 9. LT where R0 is the net organizing rate, and 6. Re equals cent DT greater than where Re is the rate of net loss of union density due to economic changes. Thus we have economic causes, net organizing, gains, losses, expansion of, decreases in, new organizing, Decertification, unionized shops elections, union strongholds, manufacturing, new areas and other, geographic traditional, attrition traditional, unionized areas, closure industry, out of business, low unionized areas, runaways, South and Southwest, low unionized industry out in Southwest, service, professional, abroad, financial, developed undeveloped countries, figure 7, decomposition of union growth, 7, ADT equals R0_rec. In order for union density to remain constant, the rate of new organizing must equal the rate of loss due to economic changes, that is, 8, R0 equals RE. And since R0 equals LT, an increasing LT requires an increasing OT if RE remains constant and the identity is to hold. An increase in union density requires 9, 2 greater than RE, while a decrease in union density requires 10, RE greater than R0. In order to understand better the factors responsible for union growth and the decreasing union density over the past several decades, it is instructive to compare these two rates since World War XI. As discussed in Part 1, the declines in U.S. trade union membership and density have taken place largely in the private sector, and it is here that R0 and RE will be examined. I have calculated these rates for private sector organizing through the NLRB. The labor force is represented by the non-agricultural labor force, not including public sector and construction employees, the latter mainly organized outside the NLRB. Net organizing is the number of workers gained in elections 1 minus the number lost through decertification elections. 1. A relatively accurate calculation may be made for 2. Using NLRB new organizing data and labor force data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The union membership figures used here are constructed by subtracting union members in construction from the total in the private sector. This may be estimated to a close degree of approximation. Thus, union density may be calculated for our private sector segment. From here, RE is easily computed from equation 6. Both rates have certain cyclical variations. In particular, RE has extensive variations seemingly coincident with the business cycle. While RE occasionally varies by several percentage points for the period 1946 to 80, it averages between 0.5 and 1%. Subject to much less cyclical variation, rarely more than a few tenths of a percent, R0 shows a relatively steady decline from nearly 2% at its height in 1946 to 1.4% in 1953, dropping below 1% in 1954, the year of the highest post-war union density, to less than 0.2% in 1981. Thus, the steady decline in union density from 1954 to the present is almost totally explained by the slowing down of the rate of new organizing during this period. New organizing in the United States. While the above estimates suggest that the ultimate fate of union growth and shrinkage is tied to the success of union organizing, it is wrong to believe that these two phenomena travel together in the short run. This is the error made by certain econometricians of union growth who argue that new union organizing and union growth are coincident indicators. 2-1. This calculation biases upward since many unions certified by the NLRB never established themselves, either failing to obtain a first contract or disappearing during the first several years. Proston 1978. Weiler 1984, Cook 1985. This bias, however, if corrected for, would make the decline in organizing rates even steeper than I argue it is. 2. See Adams and Krislov, 1974. This point will be discussed further in Chapter 8. Union growth is made up of two components, whose relative impact in different time periods varies. A look at Table 11 in this chapter, for example, will show that new union organizing through the NLRB from the middle 19,503 until 1981 has varied only slightly from year to year, declining gradually over the course of several decades. Examination of Table 1, however, in Chapter 1 will show that union growth often varies by a large amount in any particular year. The largest drops in union density tend to occur during recessionary periods when many unionized members are dropped from the workforce. Thus, during normal periods, at least since the middle 19,503, the sharpest variations in union density are not a result of new organizing, but rather of economic factors. On the other hand, during periods of rapid union growth, as in certain years from the late 19,303 until the early 19,503, economic factors have played a relatively minor direct role. During these periods, union growth and new organizing are indeed coincident. The view that they are always so in the short run, however, is wrong. Despite this lack of coincidence between union growth and new organizing during periods of slow growth or attrition, new organizing is still, I would argue, central. The gaining of new recruits, not only for expansion, but for the replacement of lost union jobs, is crucial to the strength and ultimately the survival of the trade unions. New union organizing is the central aspect to isolate in any long-term study of union growth. Its failure or weakness is as much a part of the explanation as is its existence during periods of rapid growth. Thus, the key phenomenon to study if one wants to understand the decline of union strength is their fate in new organizing. Union certification. In the United States, while I have argued that the analysis of private sector organizing through the NLRB is crucial to an understanding of union decline, it is worth looking at the other ways workers in the United States may gain official union recognition and at the availability of data. The public sector. Public sector or governmental unions operate at the federal, state, and local levels. The Federal Labor Relations Board handles certification elections for all federal employees. As indicated previously, there has been a large upsurge in federal employee union organizing since the early 19,603, involving a majority of the several million federal employees. This new growth runs counter to the general trend of union decline. The success of public sector union organizing serves to highlight union difficulties in the private sector. Unfortunately, while federal union membership data are publicly accessible, certification data are virtually unavailable, existing in file folders and other non-machine readable form in regional offices around the country. Union certification of state and local public employees has also increased rapidly since the early 1960s. While it has taken place all around the country, witness the 1985 statewide teachers' strike in Mississippi, it has been strongest in those areas of high union density, the Northeast, Midwest, and California. It should come as no surprise that public employees in New York City, Detroit, and San Francisco are virtually all organized. Detailed, accessible data, however, are not easy to come by. Unlike the federal level, there is great variance from one area to the other, although some states do have mini NLRBs, patterned after the national board. Thus, with the exception of a few areas, there is less consistency to the information and even less availability of it than at the federal level. The private sector. There are still voluntary recognitions by employers of unions that go through no official agency. These are nowhere tabulated or centrally recorded, although impressionistic evidence suggests they have decreased over the last decade and are now quite few in number. They have historically been very important in the construction industry, though here too, with the successful anti-union drive that began in the early 19,708, their importance has declined. There are also pre-hire agreements between construction unions and employers, permitted under Taft-Hartley. For these again there are few data, although they too seem to be decreasing. The National Mediation Board, NMB, handles all bargaining certification of airline, railroad, and some subsidiary trucking employees, administered under the 1926 and 1934 Railway Labor Act. Though the data are available, certification elections are small in number and generally among units involving few employees. There were hardly 1% as many certifications. Under the NMB, fewer than 100 elections per year. During the 19,708 as there were under the NLRB. The National Labor Relations Board is responsible for the certification of the vast majority of private sector employees. This certification is usually done on the basis of an election administered by the board. By law and by the nature of the NLRB process, the data are reasonably accurate, well kept, and centralized on a national basis. The study of public sector union organizing presents difficult problems in the gathering of data. Fortunately, material on private sector organizing is more accessible. NLRB records provide a goldmine of information for our purposes. They reflect union organizing in all the heavily unionized manufacturing industries, in mining, trucking, service industries, some in construction, and in white-collar and technical occupations. In short, it is a good guide to the majority of those areas in the private sector that have been the backbone of union strength, and also to those areas where unions have been historically weakest. The context of NLRB elections. In the previous chapter, the importance of the 1935 establishment of the NLRB was noted for the development of trade union legality in the United States. Labor laws themselves reflect the contradictory effects of the uneven acceptance of unions by major parts of the capitalist class, the impact of the strength of organized labor, and the continued need for orderly, even if curtailed, relations with the unions on the part of many of the largest capitalists. The laws that signified the recognition of the rights of unions to organize, culminating in the establishment of the NLRB, were passed in a brief several-year period. It is useful to note them here. 1. The Norris, La Guardia, Anti-Injunction Act, passed 23 March 1932.32. The National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, signed 16-3. The Norris La Guardia Act placed limits on the hitherto almost unlimited power of courts to issue injunctions against unions. It also declared illegal and unenforceable the Yellow Dog contract, whereby an employer could require a worker both to agree not to join a union and to resign if he did so. See Statutes at Large of the U.S. Congress, 1976, and the legal compilation published by the Senate Subcommittee on Labor, 1979. June 1933, Section 7A, asserted the right of workers to join unions and engage in collective bargaining. 3. The National Labor Relations Act, signed 5 July 1935, established the National Labor Relations Board. Labor legislation after this period has been marked by two seemingly contradictory, although actually quite complementary, tendencies. First, the major pieces of legislation, 4 and 5 below, were largely designed to limit the rights of unions and to enhance the position of employers, and they reflect the political weakness of U.S. trade unions vis-a-vis the capitalist class since the 19,308. 4. The Labor Management Relations Act of 1947, Taft-Hartley. Trade unions lobbied intensely against Taft-Hartley, calling it the Slave Labor Act. 4. In spite of a veto by President Harry Truman, it was passed into law on the 22nd August 1947, when the veto was overridden by the Senate. Taft-Hartley banned wildcat strikes, allowing the courts to fine unions for damages in such strikes. It made secondary boycotts, sit-downs, slowdowns, and closed shops illegal. It increased the injunctive powers of the courts, Congress, and the President. 5. The 1959 Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act, Landrum-Griffin Act. This bill made it legally obligatory for labor unions to disclose a large degree of their internal functioning to public government review. It thus legalized further intervention into union affairs by the federal government. Unions have totally failed in eliminating or softening even those particular sections of the Taft-Hartley and Landrum-Griffin bills they have considered most noxious. The second trend in national labor policy is reflected in a series of laws and executive orders, seemingly antithetical to the above legislation, that extend NLRB and federal labor relations coverage to additional sectors of the working class. Among the most significant of these are the following. 1. Executive Order 10,988, issued in 1962. Authorized federal employees to organize and engage in collective bargaining. 4. It is likely that many conservative and anti-communist union officials saw positive aspects in Taft-Hartley, both in hampering communist union leaders and in gaining greater control over rank-and-file initiatives. Such an evaluation may have limited the desire of certain union leaders to throw all their energy and resources into the early efforts to defeat the bill. There is little hard, though much suggestive, evidence for such a speculation. Yet by the time the bill came up for a final vote, virtually all union officials recognized that many of the provisions could only weaken the strength of the unions. 2. The Postal Reorganization Act of 1970 brought postal workers under NLRB jurisdiction. 3. The Labor Law Reform Act, passed on the 25th August 1974, extended NLRB coverage to nonprofit hospital workers. Last, there exists a variety of state and local legislation, including the establishment of rights for farm workers in California, affecting new union organizing. The above is a rough summary of U.S. labor laws and the partial acceptance of trade union legality that they reflect, that is, the context in which NLRB certification elections occur. The struggle between workers and their employers, unions and capitalists, has created this patchwork of laws. These laws determine the legal framework in which unions are organized through the NLRB. The process of certification through the NLRB. The process of union certification by the NLRB is codified in law and public policy. Formally, it involves the following steps. 1. The union obtains the signatures of employees on cards, authorizing it to represent them in negotiating over wages, hours, and other working conditions. Legally, the union must gain signatures of 30% or more of the employees in the bargaining unit to force an election. In practice, unions often obtain well over 50%. 52. The union then files with the board for an election. The board, usually in the person of its regional staff, determines a. whether an election should be held, b. the bounds of the bargaining unit, 0. the date of the election and other matters. An election may be set by varying degrees of mutual consent between the employer and union or may be ordered by the board. Either party may object to or appeal any aspect of the board's decision at this point. 63. An election date is set and the campaign period begins. This period is from 15 to 30 days and is governed by a strict set of rules for how the participants should act. 75. Detroit political scientist James Jacobs informs me that his discussions with top UAW officials indicate that the UAW has changed its policy on the number of signatures it wants before demanding a certification election. Where formerly 50% was considered sufficient, now they believe they require 60% or more. 6. For more detailed discussion of NLRB procedures, see McCulloch in Bornstein, 1974, and the NLRB Annual Reports. 7. For extensive discussion of the campaign period, see Getman, Goldberg. 4. The election itself takes place. 5. The election may be appealed to the board, which may, on the basis of unfair labor practices, set the election aside. A rerun may even be ordered. 6. Either the union is certified as the bargaining agent and a bargaining order issued, or the union is not certified. 7. Any repeat elections, in the case of a loss by the union, or attempts to decertify the union, in the case of a win by the union, must wait at least 1 year. The NLRB data. By law, the NLRB must collect and maintain accurate records on all cases that it handles. It issues monthly, quarterly, and annual reports. For each certification election, the employer and union agree, sometimes after much haggling or by board imposition, upon the boundaries of the voting unit and the number of eligible voters. With the union and company watching over its shoulder, the NLRB ascertains the validity of and counts each vote. Each election is tabulated and classified by a number of categories. Unlike union membership data, one need not depend on a varying set of subjectively, and occasionally arbitrarily, applied criteria. Thus, both the yearly aggregated summary records and the individual summary election records may be taken as accurate and consistent. The yearly aggregated dataset used in this study contains yearly totals for fiscal years 1935 to 84. The larger disaggregated dataset consists of summary records from all of the approximately 90,000 NLRB certification elections held from the beginning of fiscal year 1973, i.e., July 1972, to the end of 1984.8. The dependent variables. There has been some debate over the proper dependent variable to use in examining union success in NLRB elections. 9. In this and Herman, 1976, see also Lackman, 1982. 8. See Appendix D for a further discussion of this dataset and its analysis. 9. In my private conversations with Richard Freeman, he argues that the percentage of the unorganized workforce actually organized, i.e., the percentage of the potentially organized constituency, is the key. Paula Voos, 1982, and David Elwood and Glenn Fine, 1983, all of whom were at Harvard, also take a similar approach. Sandver, 1982, and Sandver and Henneman, 1981, on the other hand, see the margin of victory, or defeat, as most important. Study 2 dependent variables are examined, the percentage of valid votes cast in NLRB elections for the certification of a union and the likelihood of a union victory in a particular election, which is also the percentage of union victories. Below I discuss the pros and cons of these and other possible dependent variables, presenting some reasons why these particular variables have been chosen. Among the potential weaknesses of these variables is that they do not control for the degree of organizing effort by the union. Thus, it is conceivable that one union might not call an election until it had a large majority of cards signed and was very sure that it would win. Another union might call elections very early as part of its organizing campaign, expecting a high likelihood of losing the election, but reckoning that it would make victory in a subsequent election more likely. It has been suggested to me that the latter has been the approach of at least one union. Certain of these decisions may even be made at the organizer level and may be subject to the assessments of individual organizers. 10. The percentage of union victories and the percentage of workers voting for unions in these elections do not measure several things. They do not reflect the number of elections called and the number of workers brought to election, a phenomenon whose importance increases especially after 1980. Further, they do not reflect the number of workers won by unions or the degree to which a potentially organizable constituency is being organized. As Voos, 1982, quite correctly notes, there are actually 2 stages to the organizing process through the NLRB. 1. The campaign leading up to the calling of the NLRB election, and 2. The campaign leading up to the NLRB election itself. The percentage of union victories and the rate of workers voting union measure the degree of success at the latter stage, while the number of eligible voters brought to election is one measure of the former. The potential weaknesses must be borne in mind when interpreting the NLRB data presented in this study. Thus, another potential candidate for the dependent variable 10. One union official has suggested to me that Hospital Union 1199 calls elections very early in the organizing process, even if the chances of winning are not overwhelming. Another experienced organizer relates to me that he believes there are differences between unions on how soon elections are called, often depending on whether the organizing staff is evaluated by the number of elections called or by the number of elections, or workers. Actually, 1 is the number of workers eligible to vote in certification elections, i.e., the number of workers brought to election, or this number as a percentage of the potentially organizable constituency, broken down where possible by economic sector, union, and geographic regions. Voos, 1982, has argued that this variable is the most reliable measure of union effort. She has constructed such a variable and persuasively used it in certain of her models. Like all other variables, this one too has its problems. On a sheer technical level, the data themselves are not accurately available. There is no time series of union membership broken down by industry and geographic region. The data that do exist are very crude and their reliability is occasionally doubtful. 11. Nevertheless, even were the technical problems overcome, there would be reasons to question this variable. The notion of potentially organizable constituencies has problems. Statistical accuracy on a particular union's province is dubious. The UAW, for example, has been organizing clerical and government workers in Wayne County, Michigan, and more recently has been organizing university employees around the country. Some of the most dramatic breakthroughs in new organizing have traditionally been outside what seemed to be the natural constituency of a particular union. 12. Thus, the notion of natural constituency, particularly when it is based, as Voos's is, on the percentage of the organized workforce already organized by a particular union, has an inherently conservative bent. More significantly, the number of workers eligible to vote in NLRB elections was relatively constant from the mid-19503 until 1980, see Table 11. Voos's model shows a small time trend for this variable, but the trend appears to be based on the particular year that her model starts, rather than on a real pattern. While the number of workers brought to election as a percentage of the potentially organized has been declining, since the labor force has been gradually expanding over time, at 11. Beginning in 1973, the Bureau of Labor Statistics Current Population Survey began asking questions about union membership. Questions were often reformulated. The 1977 and 1980 surveys were the beginning of a consistently organized disaggregated time series. Presently, BLS union membership data is based on the CPS data, rather than on the previous union surveys. Prior to the addition of these questions on the CPS surveys, however, membership breakdowns were at best only rough estimates. 12. The Farm Equipment Workers Union, for example, among the most militant and radical of the CIO unions formed in the 19308, and which originally organized International Harvester, John Deere, and Caterpillar, was at first a spin-off of the Steel Workers Organizing Committee. $0.89% 23, M3. EQSN 33% God? $8 $2 $39 WOW 83 versus 0.8 WMMDFL WAND. $38 3 $2 $8.08 MAM, WAD B 8 $58.23? 5. M 83 $2, 3.808 CAN 38 M.WAM 83? 3.9% $3 $2 89830 33 Oil 838, Vim? $N $23 2. Bode, Q, 83, L 8 milligrams? $833 33 owed $2. Soda 3% M? Nay $83 83% 838 8% $2 Wando MI 83 2% $190 $05, 355% 2% 1830. De AWWD 2K Feen $33 83% Imam $2.08 MAP.53. QR 9563 895 mm 33%, Mud $2 $18 333. NE 24%. MO $38 8%. E 80%. O2 $3 and 5 and D $580. Smog $3 $2 OMWD M 0% $3. SP $38 $38. E153 $232 83%. New 83 OEMWMWMW $384 Mafia? $62 03M. New OWMD 9% $38 832435. $83 $32 3% WOW 83 inches 0 mm W Munma $953,586%. S $2 0 mm MAM. E308 $093 MAG. $0.33 3230.30. HSO5 www.mmvmmndnm. Eophium $3 $2 83 mirs 091. M. QR $5. M23. $38 03. $2 33% 9% M3. NOM. EWMWM $3. MWMMGMN. £2 89% 0%. EU $0 3%. $832.32 now. 0.820 Vimo 2% 203% 83.5K find $882 98,305 to 3. 30330 greater than 3 to 301. M203005. 80% Ovuorm. HO364M Flow Muo Ofim WGOBOO M. GOMGD. GOWGD UOFI EDZMH0U0 greater than. HOJESZ0035. Z Alphaoum 53 to 52 OWFLCOOUOM $35. Z 352 AM. NOMWM $0 2.82.338 meters 8 to 85 $52. MQMFI. WM5ZGUM. H3 5 inches. MEMOHREM. HOOSMMHMWAHBAGS. OF. EMOUSWM. SO. $3.39580 meters HVLWAH 5 meters A03 meters G. MHMHHZ05, 3 at 0, 2, 3 TMOUSWW 13 cents 05.0 38 OW38 QAMO 3 pounds 3382% M. 03. M03 greater than 05 at 5533. SAW. HIMMMCM, HO 5 pounds 52. Number. 30W3. MEBO. 893. SAW.8300? BM, HZ80 cent. US $5.3889 versus WLMWAH5AASMACK. NMOM greater than. 2XHHEOQQ less than $00 MWSEUM approximately 3.5 inches. MEMOHQENM 0 at 534 AWAH 0 pounds 8205803 AOHNHMEM greater than. 359. 1358035. E. H38388OWO5FIOO. HO30. HMOMAOF5ATEAM. 3,558 meters MHZO 5 euros OCOY. 35560.8 WSMACK. N33335. SU5SM. HA5VAHM. H. YAMVHVAVAWWW. MAWHMOMAMASMVWAHA. AV copyright H copyright. HMHM. HMMDV 9% DHOAJAHVDAWAHVOMNOHHA4. VWOW. A. MV. H. HODA ODHNWHA. Versus MOMOJVAWAH 95. OADV. NBADM5VWWW. MOHMMMDVMWWW. MAMAMVD. HWAH OVIDO OAHN 13AMO5VWWMNAHAVO5HV. HMBHV. HUE. OWAH. NOAMHAVHMWM. MWWVMBO5MMM. MWVWANNWMMMAC. ABAHMMDOHADVOM5M5VWHA5BHMW versus NOHMVJVNVM. N. WVAHAAO. AADVOMO. V. YAWABADMMOOMDOV. NAH. AHMWAM. W. EAHM 6AMAM MEAD M5E 3%. M. HOODWM. HHHNMMVWM5BWHAHWWW. MA. TOM odd MAV AN. H. VAMMAAHVWWW. MMMAMV5MVAHAVA. HA greater than. HM. HMH. VHAW. NNQENAWHA versus V. RADONVAA. H5AH DM. HAM. V. POM. MM. MODMVAWMDOMMAMAWAHAHVMO5W copyright. MMMW versus PHI05MAVO. HMMAMMAWV2. 6 meters M copyright O. WMBAH. H.MMBMH. VA. MMAW versus PHI-OUA. H. OWV. NAONCVMMVM5. HBAHV3. 6ACANWAO. HV. YAMWHO section WMAN. N. HAHV greater than MO. MMMAHMNAOAH. 3T. ECOAMMIW. HOHMIMMAOWDMMAOMDAMAV5. BOAHWHOMMV5 ADU AMOAAMWWW. MOVAMH. MHMO. NMMAHAMWAV0AM. MMOMHVA. AMBNHENAOAA versus MOMDW versus TDMOAH. Is still not clear that this is the best variable to inform us about labor union decline. The number of workers actually won in certification elections as a percentage of the potentially organized is another possible dependent variable. It has certain of the same problems as those mentioned above concerning eligibles. Because of these difficulties, it is my belief that the number of workers brought to elections and the number of workers actually won are most useful as interpretive aids when viewing what I regard as the more compelling dependent variables. All the above variables, of course, have their merits and disadvantages. The percentage of victory and vote variables were chosen because they were felt to have the following advantages. First, their high degree of accuracy, particularly on a disaggregated level, was considered key. Second, they are available as time series data. Third, they can be constructed purely from the NLRB data without resorting to outside, and potentially inconsistently coded estimates. Fourth, and perhaps most important, they seem to reflect in their trend the general decline of unions over the past few decades, the primary factor we hope to understand. To a certain degree, I would argue, union success rates in new organizing through the NLRB are a plausible surrogate for other aspects of the organizing process and for union growth in general. 13. As to their drawbacks, they must be kept in mind when analyzing the results, but it is my assessment that the drawbacks are secondary, the differences in union attitudes. 13. As a check for this, I calculated a series of regressions to test the extent to which this surrogate relationship held. Thus, YT equals BO plus 31XT plus U, where Y is the dependent variable, BO is the intercept, BI is the coefficient, X is the surrogate variable being tested, and U is the stochastic term. Preliminary results of these regressions were made for a wide variety of surrogate variables, including union density and number of workers gained in NLRB elections. Many of the models had high degrees of fit. Many, however, also had a large amount of first-order autocorrelation that could not be removed without going to the Cochrane-Orcutt techniques. Several surrogate relationships remained strong when these methods were applied. Though these results are not conclusive, they do suggest that the dependent variables chosen in this study capture important aspects of the union membership decline, at least up until 1980. It is also clear that the number of workers voting in NLRB elections dropped dramatically for the period 1981 to 84. Whether this is a permanent trend is difficult to tell. Toward elections are in general overrated, the exceptions being minor. More significant, victory rates in elections are not unrelated to the first part of organizing effort. Conclusion. In this chapter, I have tried to place the question of new union organizing through the NLRB within the context of union growth. I have argued that analyzing new union organizing through the NLRB is a reasonable approach for understanding the long-term decline in union strength in the last several decades. 6. Possible explanations for the decline. Three main types of explanations are put forth to account for the trends in union membership decline. 1. The first, and by far the most popular, points to changes in the structure and composition of the labor force and will be called the sociological explanation. This perspective traces declining union membership to the changing sociology of the workforce, itself the result of at least 5 continuing trends in this country's economic development. 1. The move of population and industry from the Midwest and Northeast, i.e., the Rust Belt, to the reputedly more union-resistant Sunbelt. 2. The contraction of the workforce in smokestack industries and the corresponding increases in the supposedly less hospitable service, financial, and governmental sectors. 3. The dwindling percentage of U.S. workers in the traditionally pro-union blue-collar occupations. 4. Other changes in the composition of the workforce by race, sex, education, and age. And 5. The increasing tendency to smaller sizes of new plants. These changes allegedly have led both to automatic 1. It is also worth noting that some of these explanations purport to explain organized labor's accelerated decline during the 1970s, a trend that we have already called into question. 94. Declines in trade union membership and to difficult prospects for increasing or even recouping lost members by new organizing in the emergent sectors. These arguments imply that the declining unionization of the U.S. labor force is perhaps the inevitable concomitant of economic development and the regional cultural, social structure of U.S. society. Second, various cyclical economic, social, and political conditions are sometimes held responsible for labor union decline. These will be collectively referred to as the cyclical explanations. Such conditions include 1. The tendency to growing unemployment in the United States. 2. Other economic factors related to the business cycle. 3. The growing influence of Republicans at the national level since 1952. And 4. The supposed declines in militancy and class conflict in the United States. It is the rise and fall of these various environmental factors that has allegedly determined the cyclical tendencies in union growth and decline. Point 2. A further set of hypotheses suggest the causes of U.S. trade union weakness lie in the changing nature and interrelation of class forces, workers, unions, employers, and the state. These will be called the political explanations, since they rest on choices, whether rational or not, by actors or the outcome of political development, pressure, or struggle. The components of the political explanations include 1. The workers themselves, who are supposedly less interested in unions than they were previously. 2. The capitalists, who have mounted an anti-labor offensive during the last decade. 3. The state, which oversees and enforces a worsening legal situation for unions. 4. The unions, which have supposedly exhibited a lack of aggressiveness, displayed poor organizing strategies, and decreased the percentages of their budgets used for new organizing. Not all these explanations are mutually exclusive, but I shall try to keep them sharply delineated for analytic purposes. Point 3.2. Dunlop described the industrial relations system as the product of its total environment, 1948, p. 176, or as influenced by its environment, 1958. Cocken discusses Kerr's similar usage of the external environment and expands Dunlop's description to include those factors that I have labeled sociological, Cochrane 1980, pp. 36-37. 3. Nor are these three divisions without any overlap or a degree of schematic arbitrariness. For example, worker militancy and even the party in the White House are not unrelated to the relation of class forces. The explanations spelled out, sociological explanations, structural changes in the labor force, geographic shifts. The most important variation of the accelerated decline thesis places the onus on regional differentials in unionization rates. A full summary of this argument might be as follows. Since the 19,308 there has been a concentration of trade union membership in this country in the Midwest, Northeast, and in California. The South has, since the 19,305, been an area of far lower union density, as well as a region of the country where wages have been on average over 20% below the national average. Dowdy 1968. There have been large-scale population shifts in the last several decades in this country, away from the Northeast and Midwest to the South and Southwest. Bones 1980. Both new industries and runaway shops relocating in the Sunbelt have paved the way for this population shift. Bluestone and Harrison 1980, 1982. Almost universally it has been argued by union officials and others that it is harder to organize in the South. Point 4. This is a result of a supposed unreceptiveness and hostility of Southern workers to unions, a higher degree of employer resistance to them, and a general political and social hegemony by the capitalist class and their allies there. As capitalists in the traditional industrial areas, particularly the Northeast and the Midwest, the North Central region, attempt to make greater profits or remain competitive with foreign producers, they move their operations to areas of lower labor costs. This is the runaway shop theory. Point 5. The prototype is the textile industry, which many years ago abandoned its base in New England and moved the bulk of its operations south and more recently to the Mexican border and overseas. Today, it is argued, the same process is taking place in other industries. This trend is well documented, its contours being broadly described. 4. The argument may be found in No. Welcome Mat for Unions in the Sunbelt, a special report in Business Week, 17. May 1976, p. 108. Reish, 1981. Expresses one version. Vuz, 1982, page 41, following. Dunlop, 1958. Puts forth another. Aronowitz, 1983, states a similar position. See also the statement of Donald Radicek, Director of the Economic Forecasting Project of Georgia State University, quoted in Bureau of National Affairs, 1985, page 14. 5. For a detailed analysis of the complicated phenomenon of private disinvestment, see Bluestone and Harrison, 1980, 1982. For example, by Peter L. Bones, 1980, and by Kilpatrick Sale in his widely quoted Power Shift, 1975. In addition, many new industries have begun and expanded their operations in the Sunbelt. Since World War II, for example, a huge growth of high-tech companies, heavily supported by the Department of Defense, has taken place in California and the Southwest. Quite simply stated, the regional thesis is that organizing in Mississippi, Texas, and Virginia is more difficult than organizing in Detroit, Michigan, or New York City. The lower percentage of Union victories in certification elections is in whole or part attributable to the new regional configuration. The thesis about the difficulties of organizing in the South is so widely accepted that it is usually presented without any documentation. The propositions appear eminently reasonable, they accord quite well with many Northern prejudices and stereotypes about the South, as well as with certain indubitable facts about regional unionization rates. 6. Anderson, Busman, and O'Reilly, for example, in a generally well-researched and well-documented article, state the following without reference. Many unions and industrial relations theorists have indicated that it is substantially harder to organize workers in the South than in other areas of the country. 1979, page 34. Different commentators assign varying importance to the many components of the regional thesis. Some, like McConville, stress the increases in the firing of union activists in the South. McConville sees a Southern conspiracy, as labor leaders refer to the combination of textile companies, police, politicians, local merchants and industrialists working together to keep unions out. 6. The failure of the CIO to pursue successfully its stated goal of organizing the South after World War II, a point which will be mentioned again later, left the South the least organized part of the country. Virtually every state in the South is well below the national average for unionization. See U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1980B, page 414. To cite some examples, South Carolina has only 8.9% of its non-agricultural workforce organized into trade unions and associations. North Carolina 10.7%, Florida 13.2%, Mississippi 15.0%, Virginia 15.3%, Georgia 15.8%, and Alabama has a high 24.6%, still over 2 points below the national average for 1978. At the other end of the spectrum there's New York at 41%, West Virginia 40.4%, Michigan 38.5%, Pennsylvania 37.3%, followed closely by such states as Illinois, Indiana, Washington, Ohio, Hawaii, Maryland, and Alaska, all over 30%. For more information on union density by state, see Table 13 in Chapter 7 and Table 6 in Chapter 1. Of the small, southern towns where most mills are located, 1980, page 143. Others emphasize supposed anti-union attitudes of Southern workers, which they claim are a permanent part of Southern culture. As an article in Business Week dated the 17th of May 1976 asserts, Southern culture remains inhospitable to unions. No welcome mat for unions in the Sunbelt, page 108. When examining certification elections, Business Week views the South as one homogeneous aggregate. In fiscal 1975, unions won 757, or 45%, of 1671 representation elections in the South, lower than the 48.2% national success rate, page 108. In this respect, Business Week is no different from other commentators, journalistic or scholarly, lumping the southern and southwestern states into one category. 7. As I will show later, disaggregation of this data will prove very informative. Kopel, 1978, provides a broad overview for this whole theory. She sees the employer offensive, the flight of shops to the South, and the increasing attempts to keep workers non-union as being dictated by the weakening position of U.S. business in the world economy. U.S. capitalists can no longer afford to make economic concessions to northern unions if they are to remain competitive with foreign firms. They run away to the South to obtain cheaper non-union labor. Hence they will resist attempts to organize unions there with special vigor. One might thus expect to see less likelihood of union victories in NLRB certification elections in the states in the South and the Southwest. A small minority have argued that the South is not as inhospitable to unions as has often been claimed. Ray Marshall, 1967-1968, argues that patterns of union organization in the South were similar to the rest of the country until 1935, 1968, page 65. The lower degree of union density in the South is in part attributable to the failure of the post-World War II Southern organizing drives by the AFL and the CIO. Despite this failure, the union density in Southern manufacturing industries is not nearly so low as the figures for the states as a whole. Thus, Marshall concludes that the lower union densities in the South are primarily due to the area's industrial composition, not to legal or social factors. Indeed, the 1970s have in general seen less loss in union density in southern states than in the country as a whole, U.S. Department of Labor, BLS 1980, page 414. More recently, Investee 7. For a more recent work that purports to examine regional differences but that does not attempt to disaggregate the South, see Sandver, 1982. Gators have found that unorganized workers in the South are as likely to vote for unions in NLRB elections as workers in other parts of the country. Rose 1972. Sandver 1982. Goldfield 1982, and are about as supportive to unions in answers to survey questionnaires. Cocken 1979. Changes in industrial composition, economic dynamism and industrial shifts. One could make a plausible argument that unionization is often strongest in those industries that are expanding and gathering large profits. Such a case would certainly be strengthened by reference to the rise of the UAW in auto, aircraft, farm, and construction equipment, and to the strength of the Teamsters after World War XI. One could also conceivably make an opposite argument based on references to such industries as steel and farm equipment at the turn of the century, when they enjoyed extensive monopoly profits but were able to keep unions out. Certainly the lack of unions at IBM, Texas Instruments, and other highly profitable computer companies today is another potential buttress for such a case. However, although numerous off-the-cuff remarks are made by various commentators, no one with whom I am familiar has done a careful empirical examination of this question. More substantially, it is often argued that slow, or negative, growth in employment in heavily unionized industries, combined with relatively fast growth in low unionized industries, makes union growth difficult during normal times. Since the massive union organizing of the 1930s, the most highly unionized industrial sectors have been manufacturing, mining, transportation, and construction, all, at least until very recently, having a majority of the manual workers organized. Some investigators, e.g., Bell 1953, 1954, have argued that these industries were saturated, and that prospects in other sectors, including government, services, and finance, would be small. During the last several decades, the industrial makeup of the U.S. has dramatically shifted. The labor force, in general, has grown most in the traditionally low unionized industries of the economy. Thus, many argue that the prospects for union growth and new organizing are not good. This argument is quite common. It appears in Rumkin and Juris 1978, in Freeman in Medoff 1976, and in Burton 1979. It is presented most articulately in Voos 1982. In contrast to the periods of rapid expansion, the cross-sectional pattern of membership is typically stable in the normal periods of slow union growth, stagnation, or actual decline. In such periods, union growth is strongly related to changes in those environmental factors with which membership is highly correlated. Voos 1982, page 33, see also. Dunlop 1958a, pp. 33-36. Voos argues that the reasons for this are twofold. Union membership is affected first, by changes in the number of jobs offered by employers who are already unionized, and second, by making the remaining non-union establishments easier or harder to organize. 1982, page 34. The industrial shifts in the past few decades have been quite unfavorable to unions, according to Voos. The heavily unionized industries, i.e., mining, manufacturing, construction, transportation, and utilities, have grown less quickly than the less unionized industries. In the 25 years between 1953 and 1978, these industries declined from 50% to 35% of total employment. Voos 1982, page 37. Voos concludes two things from this industrial shift. First, the slow employment growth in the heavily unionized industries means that few new jobs will automatically be union jobs. Second, new organizing may be more difficult in less unionized industries because of intrinsic factors, like employer opposition, lower degree of leverage, or because it is more difficult to organize in industries where there is a smaller initial percentage of union members. Thus, according to this thesis, industrial shifts have been a major factor in the decline of both union growth and union success in new organizing efforts. Point 8. There are two relevant facts that should lead us to be cautious of accepting these claims unreservedly. First, similar industrial shifts have taken place in the countries of Western Europe, none of which seem to have impeded steady union growth during this same period. Bain and Price 1980. Second, attitudinal surveys indicate that workers in less organized industries do not tell interviewers that they are any less willing to support a union than do their counterparts in more organized industries. Cocken 1979. 8. Donald Radicek gives a further variant, citing the impact of growing competition from abroad on the decaying industrial sector. BNA 1985, page 12. Changes in the occupational structure. The most highly unionized occupational groups have always been blue-collar workers. In 1980, well over 40% of all blue-collar workers were unionized, compared to less than 20% in other occupational categories. Thus, it is significant that white-collar occupational categories have increased substantially over the past several decades, while the percentage of blue-collar workers has declined, although there was no evidence of absolute declines up to 1980. Many have argued that this situation bodes ill for successful future organizing. Freeman and Medoff 1976, Rumkin and Juris 1978, Voos 1982. Again, there is more to make us wary. 1. Similar occupational shifts have occurred in Western European countries where unions have succeeded in organizing these new constituencies. 2. More close to home, the most rapid recent growth in unionism in this country has been among public employees. Even discounting school teachers, these new recruits have been overwhelmingly white-collar workers. Freeman 1984. 3. Finally, BLS occupational categories are notoriously crude. Many numerical shifts supposedly hide newly proletarianized categories of workers. Cassillo 1961. Bagley 1980. Or actual rises in manual labor categories. Levison 1974. There are even those who have argued that certain kinds of white-collar workers would be not only more likely to join unions, but more militant than the blue-collar proletarians. Coors 1967, 1982. Changing workforce composition and character. Rumkin and Juris argue that declining union success in the recent period is, at least in part, a result of large-scale changes in the composition of the workforce. The changing nature of the workforce has slowed union organizing. Women, the better educated, and younger workers traditionally have been more difficult to organize. 1979, page 37.9. Radicek sees the problem as especially acute with regard to women. Bureau of National Affairs 1985, page 19. 9. Rumkin and Juris cite various references that supposedly substantiate this assertion, although they do qualify it slightly with respect to women. 1979, p. 38n. 5. See also Rumkin and Juris 1978. Reisch gives a similar argument. Many of the reasons for labor's decline are demographic. Unions have not adjusted fast enough to changes in the labor force, in occupations, in industry, and in the geographic location of jobs. 1981, page 28. The implicit argument is, of course, that traditional types of workers, male, less educated, older, are or have been more easily organized than the newer groups are today. Thus, we might expect relatively constant union victory rates in those traditionally organized sectors, e.g., basic industry, skilled trades, and trucking, where there has not been a heavy influx of women, younger workers, and the better educated. In those sectors where there has been such an influx, e.g., social services, teaching, professions, we would expect a decline, or at least a lower than average union victory rate. Cyclical explanations. Changes in the macroeconomic, social, and political environment. Unemployment. There is widespread agreement that unemployment affects the working of the labor market. Marx argued in depth that unemployment created what he called a reserve army of the unemployed. 10. When this army grows in numbers, there is greater competition among workers for scarce jobs, and reduced bargaining leverage by employed workers and their unions over wages and conditions. 11. Thus, with higher unemployment, unions are hypothesized to do less well than with lower unemployment. Unions with less bargaining leverage are therefore organizations with less to offer, with less ability to win new recruits. In addition, unemployment is often a sign of a downward turn in the economy. According to many, starting with Commons, it is at this time that unions do least well. Conversely, when the economy is in an upswing, unemployment drops, prices rise, and workers are anxious to organize and to struggle for better terms in the sale of their labor power. Commons 1958, page 19. 10. Marx's theory of the labor market under capitalism is presented in Capital, 1979, Volume 1. 11. For an explanation that is not dissimilar, we can turn to Kochen. One of the most widely accepted hypotheses is that the bargaining power of unions increases as the business cycle moves towards full employment. Conversely, the power of unions is hypothesized to decline during periods of falling product demand and rising unemployment. The argument is that the costs of the strike are greatest to employers when product demand is high or increasing. During periods of slack demand, employers may, in fact, welcome a strike because it helps to work off inventories and may serve as a substitute for layoffs. 1980, page 40. By implication, the high and rising rates of unemployment over the last 2 decades might well help explain both the trends and the cyclical variations in union growth and in new organizing success rates in NLRB certification elections as well. 12. While not disagreeing with this assessment, there are also those who argue that severe widespread unemployment creates large-scale social dislocation, providing a context for massive spurts in union growth. Dunlop 1948. I. Bernstein 1953, 1954a. Other cyclical economic factors. large numbers of investigators since. Commons have argued that union growth and strength is procyclical. Thus, general downward trends in growth rates, productivity, and other economic indicators would signify a weakened position for unions. This hypothesis will be developed and examined more fully in Chapter 8. Republicans. In the White House. Quite simply, Republicans are supposedly more anti-union than Democrats. While Republican domination in Congress may affect public policy related to labor unions, it is the dominance in the White House that affects the functioning of the NLRB. Control of the White House means control of new 5-year appointments to the board itself. It also allows other methods of control over the NLRB, including approval of the budget, a power that has been used quite effectively by the Reagan administration. 13. Thus, Republican control of the White House is believed to make the NLRB less sympathetic to unions. 14. Militancy. Marx and Lenin both argued that union gains and growth were only possible by militant struggle. Lenin coined the aphorism, "All reforms are only a byproduct of revolutionary struggle." 15. Bell and other more conservative commentators also argued that 12. This, of course, is one of the direct possibilities that are implied in the Commons. 1956. Ashenfelter, Pencavel, 1969, and Bain el-Sheikh, 1976, theories. 13. See, for example, the description of the effects of budget cuts on NLRB functioning by James Warren, 1981b. 14. Considering the differences between the graphs of percentage of workers voting for unions and the percentage of election victories by unions over time, I hypothesized such an effect in an earlier study, Goldfield 1982. 15. See, among many places, How Not to Write Resolutions, March 1907. In Lenin 1963, 12-237. Unions would decline as the degree of strikes and class conflict declined. Thus, the decline of union strength is hypothesized to bear a relation to a supposed decline in worker militancy. Others, however, like Crouch and Pizzorno, 1978, have argued that strikes are a reflection of the lack of general strength of a union. Many point to Sweden as an example of a country with high union density, the highest of any capitalist country, large bargaining leverage, and a low strike rate, presumably because strikes are unnecessary. Corpy and Shalev 1979, 1980. Political explanations. The changing relation of class forces. The analysis of the nature of trade unions under capitalism presented in Chapter 4 implicitly offers a series of hypotheses about trade union growth and decline. It suggests that trade unions are a natural development of the emergence of capitalism. Thus, while the economic structure and social composition of the workforce might change, while cyclical factors might provide its ups and downs, the relation of class forces will be the major determinant of the strength of workers' organizations. Chapter 4 argues that the relations between workers and their organizations and capitalists and their organizations are the key determinants of the strength of working-class organizations. To this relation might be added the state, which has been variously described as an agency for capitalist domination, a reflection and arbiter of class conflict, and an autonomous structure largely concerned with its own functioning and preservation. A focus on the relation of class forces is, of course, certainly not confined to Marxists. Those who argue that societal development will moderate class conflict and even eventually eliminate the need for unions often pinpoint changes in the nature of class actors or the nature of the state. This is certainly true of those who view the changing attitudes of workers as the main reason for union decline. The changing attitudes of workers. A number of sources argue, not merely that the composition of the workforce has changed, but that there is a new worker in traditional blue-collar jobs, one who is less receptive to the concept of unionism. The view that workers have grown more conservative is not a new one. Bell, for example, argued that workers were becoming less radical over 3 decades ago. The middle-class aspirations of U.S. workers, the desire and ability to own a house, a car, and other essential luxuries of middle-class living, have led to an acceptance of the capitalist system and its technology. 1953, p. 121. Bell, 1960. Lipset, 1960. And others argued further that not only the more radical forms of class and union consciousness, but traditional union allegiances would gradually diminish among workers. Such a view has again become quite popular. One researcher presents a vivid and descriptive version of this thesis to explain the decline of unions in the recent period. Peter J. Pestillo sees the twin development of a new worker and a new capitalist. He mentions the dismal record at the polls of the workplace. Organized labor can't even win half the elections it forces. According to Pestillo, 1979, there is a new worker who comes from greater affluence, is better educated, and does easier work for shorter periods. In sum, he hasn't got it as tough. His isn't a class struggle. More likely, his is a struggle for recognition, for independence, for individuality. Unions can't help toward achieving these aims. p. 33. The young worker thinks primarily of himself. We are experiencing the cult of the individual, and labor is taking a beating preaching the comfort of coalition. p. 33. To whom is the new, individualistic worker able to turn? Pestillo suggests that there are new benevolent capitalists. As vice president for industrial relations at B.F. Goodrich Company, he writes, at B.F. Goodrich, we tell our managers to treat their people as they want to be treated. It's that simple. 1979, p. 34.16. Unfavorable labor laws and public policies. Many have argued that private sector labor law in this country is highly unfavorable to new organizing, e.g., Barkin 1961, Baker 1977, Clare 1978, Farrow 1982, Weiler 1983, Houseman 1985. Most of the unfavorable policies stem from the passage of the Taft-Hartley Act in 1947. 1. It banned secondary boycotts and mass picketing, two tactics used quite successfully in new organizing by the CIO during the 19,303 and 19,403. 2. It gave employers the right to free speech during NLRB certification election campaigns. 3. It strengthened the injunctive powers of the courts and increased the severity of the penalties that could 16. Pestillo now holds a similar position at Ford. Be imposed on unions, while giving minimum punishments for violations by companies. 17. It has also been argued that the U.S. government has become increasingly anti-labor in the last several decades, making it more difficult for unions to organize in the private sector. 18. It is useful to separate the worsening legal situation for union organizing in the United States, the failure to close loopholes used by corporations to avoid the intent of labor relations laws, the growing conservatism of the courts and the NLRB, and the overt anti-union activities of the government itself. From 1935 to 1947, the NLRB acted to a large degree as an advocate of unions among employees. Its explicit legal purpose was to ascertain whether employees wanted unions and to protect their rights in such expression. Gross 1974, 1981. The passage of the Taft-Hartley Act in 1947 is generally recognized as a major setback to unions in their ability to organize and to struggle against their employers. 19. Taft-Hartley banned wildcats, making unions liable for damages. It made economic strikers ineligible to vote in certification elections, while allowing their replacements, i.e., scabs, voting rights. It banned sit-downs, slow-downs, and closed shops. Section 14b of Taft-Hartley, which allowed states the right to ban union shops, not only put unions in a more difficult situation, but provided a vehicle for the mounting of enormous anti-union campaigns at the state level. Most significant was the granting to employers of the right to campaign vigorously against unions, Kistler 1977. Many of the effects of Taft-Hartley were not felt for a number of years. Some, like employer campaigning and the decertification election, have become much more heavily used since the early 1905. The passage of the Landrum-Griffin Act in 1959 had additional serious effects on unions organizing, eliminating some of 17. There are, of course, many other aspects of Taft-Hartley that make difficulties for unions, including the right of states to pass right-to-work laws. 18. Cross, 1974, 1981. Sees this trend developing in the 1940s. Barkin, 1961, p. 19, sees the trend emerging strongly in the 1950s. Kistler, 1977, and Proston, 1978, view it as especially strong in the 19,703. Others, of course, cite the 19,803 under the Reagan presidency. 19. While some might argue that Taft-Hartley merely redressed the balance that was weighted too heavily against business, few would deny that the bill constrained labor unions. Besides Barkin, who says that the Taft-Hartley Act and the NLRB interpreting it have provided employers with a springboard for overt counterattacks. 1961, page 19. See Farrow, 1982, and Baker, 1977. The most powerful weapons at their disposal. 20. These included secondary boycotts and hot cargo agreements, whereby one employer agreed not to handle products of another recalcitrant employer involved in a dispute with the union. Certain econometricians regard the act as so important that they create a separate variable to capture its effect in their time series models. Shalev 1980. The net effect of these legal barriers to union organizing has, according to some, been significant. Freeman, for example, sees the legal situation as a prime factor in holding back union growth in the private sector in this country. 1980, p. 369. By way of comparison, he notes the positive growth in union density in Canada during the same period. It was declining in the United States. The Canadian private sector has many of the same unions and firms confronting each other as in this country. During the 19,703, there has been an increase in the use of what some would consider loopholes in labor relations laws. These include, not only the aforementioned increased employer campaigning, but extreme legal maneuvering solely for the purpose of delay and a greater willingness of employers to accept the negligible penalties for large-scale violations of the law. The 1978 Labor Law Reform Act, as initially drafted, was to increase penalties on employers for violations and to eliminate most of the delays in the holding of certification elections. Its failure to pass was in part a green light to those who would continue to use the various loopholes. The NLRB itself seems to have grown continually more conservative over time. Gross, 1974, sees this process beginning in 1940 after the Smith Committee hearings had begun. Barkin, 1961, sees the trend as greatly accelerated after the 1952 election. Others have pointed to growing conservatism since the Nixon administration took office in 1968. The board has always been excessively concerned with legal precedents and the views of the courts. The growing conservatism of the Supreme Court since the arrival of the Nixon appointees has made the board 20. The Landrum-Griffin Act did give a partial remedy to the complete disenfranchisement of economic strikers. However, while it made them eligible to vote in NLRB elections for 1 year, it also allowed their substitutes, scabs, the right to vote. As a consequence, certain strikes in which the employer is attempting to break the union are often dragged on past the year mark in order to disenfranchise the strikers. See, e.g., Howard 1982. Even more cautious, Farrow 1982. As one would expect, this process has not improved under Reagan. 21. Other government agencies in addition to the NLRB have added to the problems in union organizing. One small example was the 1982 decision by the Health Care Financing Agency reversing a long-standing policy. After the 1982 decision, hospitals became reimbursable under Medicare for the costs of trying to keep out unions, including the payments of high fees to anti-union consulting firms. American Nurses Association 1982. This decision was only recently reversed. Of course, little comment is necessary about the Reagan administration's firing of the 12,000 members of the Air Controllers Union and the government's successful attempt to decertify the union as the legally recognized bargaining agent. Thus, one might hypothesize that the growing overt opposition of the state to unions is a major factor helping to explain their decline. These laws, unfavorable to labor unions, are rooted in the Taft-Hartley Act, which has been on the books in relatively unchanged form for almost 40 years. Some have argued that the policy implementations of these laws, as determined by the NLRB and by court interpretations, have been tilting more and more toward employers, although it is not clear that the changes have been overwhelming. Lackman 1982. What is most significant is the degree to which employers have been able to make use of provisions and loopholes in these long-standing laws to undermine union growth and stability. In response, unions have been unable to force the government to tighten the loopholes and provisions, viz. the defeat of the highly limited 1978 Labor Law Reform Act, or to devise tactics to challenge employers' use of them. Thus, the question of the independent importance of labor laws, including their interpretation and enforcement, as a central cause of trade union decline must be examined. 21. For example, the NLRB ruled in a 3-2 decision that the union had no basis for seeking an appeal of an election in which the employer had made illegal and false charges against the union. This decision overruled the previous precedent set by the board, Chicago Sun-Times, the 10th of August 1982. Since the Reagan majority gained control in 1983, there have been numerous other reversals. See, for example, the following testimonies from the 1985 hearings of the House Subcommittee on Labor Management Relations. Kane, pp. 108-9, Clare, pp. 773-82, Levy, pp. 598-632, and Could, pp. 82-87. The Capitalist Offensive. It is almost universally acknowledged that the past decade has seen a large-scale employer offensive against unions. 22a. H. Raskin, for example, sees labor's difficulties as a result of employee apathy and of savvy employer resistance. 1979, p. 34. Numerous reports attest to the rise of a thriving new industry of anti-labor management consulting firms, whose business, according to The Economist, had reached over $100 million a year by 1979. Over $500 million according to more recent estimates. 23. Many of their activities are widely reported in the business press, e.g., in the Wall Street Journal, and also in many labor publications. 24. Overt attempts by companies to break unions take place with increasing regularity. The newspapers of virtually every large international U.S. union are filled with stories of workers fighting for union recognition or, upon getting it, engaging in many month-long strikes to achieve their first contracts. The tactics of J. P. Stevens received widespread publicity. What is especially characteristic of the present period are the attempts to break more established unions. We have already mentioned the successful attempt by the Reagan administration to break PATCO, the Air Traffic Controllers Organization. Earlier there was the less well-known and unsuccessful attempt by the International Harvester Company to break the union representing its employees, UAW, one of the strongest unions in any industry, Goldfield 1980B. Louisville workers win strike, 1978. Paradoxically, the 6-month strike forced on the union by Harvester's aggressive management was a major factor in the later insolvency and eventual reorganization of the company. There have been other attempts to break the power of established unions, affecting both their new organizing and existing 22. Among those who mention the trend are Copel, 1978, McConville, 1975, 1980, Proston, 1979, Ferguson and Rogers, 1979A, 1979B, and Anderson, Busman, and O'Reilly, 1979. See also, U.S. Union Buster, an editorial in The Nation, 19. April 1980, and the following articles from Business Week. No welcome mat for unions, the 17th of May 1976, the mixed results of labor law reform, the 7th of November 1977, and do representation elections need the NLRB? 21. March 1977. 23. C. American Union Busting, Economist, 17. November 1979, p. 50, for the lower estimate, and Georgine, 1979, and Freeman and Medoff, 1983, for the higher figures. 24. Two regular AFL-CIO publications are filled with such information, the Report on Union Busters, RUB, and the Statistical and Tactical Information Report, STIR. Membership. Perhaps the most stark example is the activity of the Business Roundtable in undoing the dominance of old-line construction unions. This assault is described as a burgeoning open shop movement by J. C. Turner, 1979, the General President of the International Union of Operating Engineers. Robert A. Georgine, President of the Building and Construction Trades Department of the AF.L.CIO, in a lengthy testimony before a congressional committee, describes it as an attack by a guerrilla army dressed in three-piece suits. Georgine, 1979. Large-scale employer offensives are, of course, not new in the United States or in capitalist countries in general, yet the current offensive is the most widespread since the unionization of mass production industries by the C-10 in the late 1930s and early 19403. Various factors have been said to constitute the most effective forms of employer resistance. The AF.L.CIO has stressed the importance of employer-initiated election delays. Richard Proston has done a study of employer-initiated delays in certification elections. His impressive research examines over 130,000 NLRB elections closed between 1 January 1962 and 31 December 1977. He argues that business resistance to unions is reflected in the astronomical rise in election delays during this period. Further, he argues that there is a close correlation between the amount of delay and the percentage of units won by unions. There is a 12.5% drop-off in percentage of victories by unions when the election is held 5 months or more after the date of filing for the election rather than during the first month of filing. The loss, according to Proston, is remarkably continuous over time. The average drop-off in union victories is 2.5% per month through the first 6 months of delay. Proston, 1979, page 39. Thus Proston not only argues that the employer resistance is directly responsible for the decline in the percentage of union victories since 1962, but that one tactic, election delays, is largely the cause. Some have argued that the increase of other activities has slowed new organizing, registering in part in the rise in decertification attempts. Others cite the vast increase over the last 3 decades in unfair labor practices committed by employers. Wall Street Journal, 21 October 1982. A number of studies claim that these illegal tactics have a significant negative effect on union success in NLRB elections. Dickens, 1980, 1983. While others argue that illegal employer interventions in organizing campaigns have little effect on election outcomes. Among the few commentators who discount the effect of employer resistance on certification election outcomes are Getman, Goldberg, and Herman in their highly controversial union representation. Elections. Law and Reality, 1976. Their argument is that even illegal actions by employers or by the union during the campaign period have little effect on the outcome of the elections. Thus, the effect of employer resistance on union difficulties in new organizing must be tested empirically. It should perhaps be mentioned that there are also those who argue that union difficulties are the result of more cooperative management activities, Pestillo 1979. See also the remarks by Bernie Trimble, Executive Director of the National Association for Manufacturers. Committee for a Union-Free Environment in BNA 1985, p. 13. Although it is hard to take such statements as being made in good faith, they too will be examined. The union response. Almost continually since the end of World War II, a steady stream of writers have argued that unions and their leaders have become or are becoming highly bureaucratic, unaggressive, and conservative, sooner or later lowering the strength of union organization. Mills 1948. Bell 1953. Lenz 1949, 1959. Barkin 1961. Jacobs 1963. Wittig 1975. Others have argued that union leadership has been doing quite well. Dunlop 1980. Kistler 1977. The validity of this hypothesis too must be determined. Union dynamism. Although some commentators maintain that union leadership has been doing quite well since the end of World War II, it has also been common to argue that unions and their leaders, or at least the majority of them, have become bureaucratized, placid, unaggressive. In short, Business Unions. 25. This is often stated as the reason for their increased failures in winning union certification elections. Virtually no effort has been made to examine such claims empirically. This argument comes in a large variety of flavors, sometimes put forth coherently, sometimes based merely on impressionistic evidence. 2625. The argument that the weakness of contemporary unions is in part a result of their bureaucratization is a common one among radicals. For a non-radical argument, see Wittig, 1975b. 26. Those putting it forth include Barkin, 1961, Lester, 1958, Schister, 1953, Lenz, 1949, 1959, Glaberman, 1962, James, 1958. In addition, numerous off-the-cuff remarks are made about the comparative success rates of various unions. Although it is fairly simple to find out how a union did in NLRB elections for a particular year and compare it with other unions, some commentators make ill-informed statements even at this elementary level. James Warren, 1981, for example, states that the Teamsters win more often than other unions, which is not at all true on a percentage basis. Myths about the Teamsters die hard. The Bureau of National Affairs, 1985, page 6, includes them in its list of unions that have posted unusually high organizing rates. No commentators, to my knowledge, analyze and compare the success rates of unions over time. Summary. With the arguments laid out, the issues should be reasonably clear. Are the problems of unions permanent and likely to worsen, or are they only temporary, perhaps even based on unfavorable cyclical trends that are likely to reverse? Are U.S. trade union difficulties a result of irreversible structural changes in U.S. society? Are they the result of changes in the relation of class forces, and if so, are these changes reversible or not? It is with the goal of shedding some small amount of light on these questions that the discussion will proceed. In the next 3 chapters, the preceding hypotheses will be examined. In Chapter 7, I will subject what is perhaps the most common argument for union decline, the changing composition and structure of the labor force, to a sustained analysis.